everyone, and welcome to the second day of our Crew Welfare Week event. Yesterday, the event concluded with the Crew Welfare Awards, and we would like to congratulate all shortlisted nominees for their effort and best practices that have applied. Of course, we also congratulate the winners who have persuaded our audience and our industry voting panel with their outstanding efforts. Well deserved. Today, panelists and presentations from key experts will focus on physical and mental wellness, which are equally important and interconnected. After all, as the ancient Greeks said, a sound mind in a sound body. I'm sure that many of you are familiar with a very well-known brand who stands for what the Latins said, more or less on the same context, anima sana in corpore sano in Latin, which is more or less the same. It is true that challenging circumstances exist on board. Many seafarers experience a lack of self-control and self-mentality, and they struggle to find balance between mind, body, and emotions. At this point, we would like to bring to your attention our seafood survey, which is by far the largest survey of its kind on a global scale. The results will be announced by the end of Q3 and will be made available at our forthcoming events in London, Athens, Singapore, and Dubai within the Q4 of 2024. We ask you to either ask your network or crew to participate and spread the good word around. We would like to ask you to participate because it's a small effort for a good cause to move the industry forward. Now, let's start by hearing what our experts have to say about seafarers' well-being. Thank you, and let's move on with the program of the day.
Alispera, or good day. My name is Carleen Lyden, and I wear many hats in the maritime industry. I am the co-founder and CEO of NAMEPA, the North American Marine Environment Protection Association, where we work very hard on workforce development. I'm also the Chief Evolution Officer of Shipping Insight, which is the fleet optimization and innovation platform for shipping. And I'm very honored to be an IMO Goodwill Maritime Ambassador, as well as a co-author of a recent book called 0.4, which addresses, amongst many other things, workforce security. But I'm delighted to be a part of Safety for Sea's industry panel on the occasion of International Seafarers Week and the Crew Welfare Seminar. Joining me today are some highly esteemed gentlemen who represent various aspects of the maritime industry, but have a passion for the mariner. We have Jeffrey Parfit, who's the head of safety and environment for Nautical Institute, George Petolas, head of maritime personnel for Nakalat, Bing Song, head of the maritime training and human element for the Maritime Safety Division of IMO, and Giovanni Tupin, president of Hartman Crew Philippines, Inc. What I'd like to ask now is, I'd like each of you to really augment what I just described of you and say, why is the mariner welfare so important to you? Jeffrey, if we could start with you.
Yes, hello all, and thank you for the generous invitation to this panel. My interest, I am a career mariner with nearly 40 years service at sea in the Merchant Navy, from deep sea to the offshore industry, where I was in command for 14 years. So my career has been invested in seafarer welfare. And now that I've moved ashore in the last couple of years, I'm able to assist in pushing welfare matters through the Nautical Institute as head of safety and environment.
Thank you. Giovanni.
Hi, good day. Thank you, Carleen, and thank you, Safety for Sea. I'm Giovanni Tuapin, president of Hartman Crew Philippines. I've been in the maritime industry for 17 years. I started 2 years in the marine electronics, and then maritime training for 12 years, and now in the crewing for 3 years. So I'm very passionate with seafarers' welfare and development. It's our mantra: building careers, preserving family, and strengthening a nation.
Thank you for including the family. Bing.
Thank you, Carleen, for your opening introduction. And first of all, allow me to express our appreciation for the team for involving IMO Secretary for this event. It's the fourth event, I think, this Crew Welfare Week. And I think my colleagues has participated in the previous sessions. We do appreciate this opportunity to address you and your audience for highlighting the role of seafarers. Why we're invited, or why we're keen to be involved? Because every day, hundreds and thousands of seafarers are underway on ships, play a vital role in the global trade, transporting cargoes, ensuring the passengers reach their destination safely. Without them, shipping simply does not function and exist. And this is why we are keen to participate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Yorgos.
Good morning, everyone. I'm in the industry for 25 years. Being Greek, I have the privilege of having my whole family involved in shipping. And without seafarers, the vessels are empty shells. So if we want to survive nowadays, we need to take care of these guys because they take care of us. Thank you.
Well, thank you for mentioning that. I was at Posidonia a couple of weeks ago, and in our book, we talk about no shipping, no shopping. But added to that at Posidonia was no seafarer, no shipping, no shopping. So we really have to develop that connection and that awareness and that intention to make sure that they are cared for. So, gentlemen, could you provide an overview of what you believe is the current status of crew welfare? In other words, from your perspective, what are the key challenges with regards to crew welfare, and what do you foresee are the challenges in the near future? Giovanni?
Yeah, crew welfare has gained a significant attention in recent years, but there's still a progress to be made. For example, industry focus to well-being is being increasing from the ship owner side and also for the industry. The challenges is there's still a stress, isolation, and demanding workloads remaining significant concern for our seafarers. Major challenges for the next 5 years, I would say that the technological advancement because the rapid change of technology advancements include automation and artificial intelligence, which will transform the shipboard operations, and also the mental health and well-being of our seafarers. The demanding nature of these changes would also prolong periods away from home and a limited social interaction as becoming a concern also on board. That's all.
Wonderful, thank you. Giovanni, Georgios, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, well, crew welfare is a very vague and wide idea. Talking to seafarers, the perception is that internet on board and connectivity is welfare, but that's a small fraction of what welfare should be, actually. And it has to be a holistic approach, because we're talking about a human being who is disconnected physically from his loved ones or her loved ones. And we have to add in the welfare elements such as on-time repatriation, ability of seafarers to go ashore, which is in MLC, but very few states that have ratified MLC actually honor what they have signed up for. So we have to look not only for the seafarers while they are on board, because when they are on board, we have a family who stays behind, and we have to look at the whole picture of it. Thank you.
I know that's often an issue when ships come to the United States, because it could be a tramp ship that changes, suddenly they're going to the US, they don't have visas, and they can't get off the ship. And that really makes the conditions much more difficult. Bing Bing, what do you feel from the IMO side?
Thank you. Seafarers are the key for shipping, and their well-being, of course, is paramount. So they are on the front line in daily basis, delivering the vital goods across the sea, responsibilities that have been particularly highlighted during the events in the recent years and months. Is also happening now currently in some regions. There are some key challenges facing by the seafarers. First of all, and most important one, in my opinion, is the safety risks. So navigating in the difficult conditions and dealing with the emergencies at sea, and also the isolation and the loneliness, the long period of service at sea without shore leave, and the limited communication with family and friends, and also fatigue, long working hours and insufficient rest period. Of course, with the current trend and future development on the new technologies, including the big data, AI, and robotics, as well as using the new energy source on board, all of these also could contribute and lead to the mental health issues. And for example, depression, anxiety, violence, harassment, this among the seafarers. With which they are with very limited access to the health professional support. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that, and thank you for bringing up the mental health issues. One of the groups that I talked to at Posidonia is Port Medical Management, and they launched an app called CCOM, which is a mental health connectivity app. So it's being acknowledged, and we're beginning to address that. Thank you. One of the things I just wanted to also mention, Jeff, before I reverted to you, is that it used to be that only port ministries and the ITF would be advocates for mariner health, and COVID-19 had, I would never call it a benefit, but it certainly brought the plight of the seafarer to the fore, but also other groups like the Nautical Institute, like ICS, International Chamber of Shipping. So it's not just the port, the ministers to mariners that are addressing issues of mariner welfare, but now seafarer organizations, Nautical Institute, and more. So thank you for what you're bringing to the advocacy for seafarers.
Well, thank you, Carleen. And I cannot disagree with all the comments already made, so I won't reiterate those points. But from my perspective, I think it's clear that seafarers are still recovering from the effects of COVID. And during that time, they faced unprecedented long trips, poor communications with their families, and uncertainties regarding their own health. But looking ahead, the challenge of the the next few years, the next 5 years, I see it, or we see it, as the introduction of the new alternative fuels. Currently, we're in what's known as the fourth propulsion revolution, and without question, seafarers will become very anxious over the introduction of new vessels, which will be powered by principally methanol or ammonia and possibly hydrogen. And these fuels possess an elevated environmental and operational risk. So there is a huge challenge ahead to train seafarers who will have immediate exposure to handling these fuels. And that means training in handling, bunkering, and emergency response, because we have no operational experience of dealing with these hazardous new fuels.
That's true, and I would also add nuclear to that. And that certainly is an area of emerging technology, but also the necessity for appropriate training and management. So, Jeff, given that, what do you believe are the 3 important things that industry stakeholders need to do to ensure that seafarers feel happy, confident, valued, despite some of these challenges?
Well, for me, these things are actually obvious, and it is an area where I feel shipping companies don't want to go. Because for me, speaking as a seafarer, you need to receive fair recompense for your work, fair recompense for the work you're carrying out. And seafarers need to feel valued for their work, and that is reflected in the salary that they receive. If we do not feel adequately recompensed, we feel exploited. Secondly, seafarers must have adequate provision of communication, and that means open access to emails, preferably telephones and the internet. Who amongst us in this modern era does not wish to be in frequent and regular communication with our loved ones? I have heard various opposing arguments from those who have never served at sea, and sadly from some who have served at sea, that open access to communications can be a distraction from work whilst they're actually texting and having early Fridays to be with their loved ones. And also the quality of life on board, accommodation, the food and access to shore leave. These are fundamental issues that affect the mental health and well-being of seafarers.
No, I absolutely agree. And George, would you add to that, or what areas do you feel need to be addressed?
Well, for starters, I agree with Jeff and his comments that communication is important. Recognition as well is important. And the seafarers should be respected because they are frontline workers, which is not being out there enough. For the rest of us, when we went through the COVID lockdowns, we had a mirror image of how a seafarer lives his life or her life on board the vessel for months at a time. So we have to understand, we have to respect, we have to remunerate them fairly, and also be punctual on their contractual time on board, because they put the personal lives at a pause for 2, 3, 5, 6, 8 months at a time. And they should be going back with the loved ones on time, because that's very important. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Bing, Bing, how does IMO look at these challenges and recommendations?
Thank you. I think, really would like to support also comments made earlier. And I think although much has changed over the years, I think seafarers' work, I think still physically and mentally demanding. This has never changed. Among many, let's see, important actions or elements of what we can do to help them to deal with the challenges, I would really like to take this opportunity to highlight to have putting more focus on the shore leaves and adequate rest, access to medical care and well-being support. These are really essential. all seafarers, they have the right to be to work safely on board, especially to be free from violence and harassment. Nevertheless, I think harassment and bullying remain relatively commonplace in the maritime sector. So I would say this need a special attention and specific immediate actions to address. We are all here today, and with this profound sense of duty and commitment to the safety and well-being of seafarers. I think this would be my highlight on this point. Thank you.
Well, thank you for bringing that forward, because one of the unintended consequences of not having a safe working environment is that you will not be able to attract 50% of the potential population into this industry, and that's women. I mean, everybody needs to feel safe on board, but certainly women would feel more vulnerable and not be attracted to an industry that didn't provide a safe working environment. Giovanni, how do you feel are some of the three challenges?
Yeah, I agree with the speaker earlier. Safe and healthy working environment for our seafarers, especially for women seafarers. The prioritizing well-being and mental health, and also recognition and appreciation. But in addition, I would recommend also the training and upskilling of our opportunities for our seafarers, especially with the demand and the requirement of this new fuel and new technologies, to keep them keep them informed, and so that they'll prepare for the future.
And Giovanni, since you've got more time, I'm going to ask you another question. Jeff brought up the issue that a lot of ship owners are not paying as much attention to their mariners as others. I mean, there are some that are doing a good job and some that are not. How can we encourage those that are not to do better?
I think it should be an industry drive that involves the private sector and the government sectors to focusing on the need of our seafarers, because we will admit that not all ship owners will have the budget to start up a program. So those organizations like IMO and also the governments will support these drives for the welfare and crew well-being.
I mean, I've spent years trying to eradicate substandard shipping, and certainly the treatment of seafarers falls into that. And that gets into, as you said, IMO, but it's port state control, it's flag state control, etc. And we need more enforcement. IMO can write all the regulations in the world, but the enforcement is key, and we need to see more universal enforcement, I think. That's just, the world according to Carleen, which doesn't have that much sway. But let me ask you then, going back to you, Giovanni, if you had to rank the top priorities for our industry when it comes to mariner welfare, what would you rank them? 1, 2, 3. Giovanni?
Okay. I would rank number 1 the safety of our seafarers, and then second will be the training and upskilling of our seafarers, and third would be the equal opportunity and equal rights for our seafarers. So
okay, thank you. What about you, George? 1, 2, 3.
Well, yes, I agree with what Jeff said, but okay. First one should be training. Second one should be careers prospects. Third one should be their ability to spend time ashore safely as they are on board.
Thank you. What about you, Bing Bing?
Yeah, definitely. Shore leave and adequate rest and well-being support, of course, training.
Okay, come on, Jeff. Bring it home.
Yeah, well, this is this is a difficult one, because there are competing ones. In what order is difficult to say. I think pay and conditions are definitely a primary consideration. After all, that's why we go to work. I think the length of trips and access to communication.
Okay, thank you for bringing that up because I'm sure Elon Musk would like to hear that for Starlink. And I'll tell you a quick story. I was a couple weeks ago when I was in Athens, I had the opportunity to meet with a mariner, and he had a master's degree, had a second engineer's license. He was being offered 1,200 euro a month. Who can live on that? Who can live on that? So I think you're right. You know, these are all almost equally important. The training, the communications, the pay, the situation so that they can feel safe. Have we seen any trends and possibly alarming trends with regards to work and life on board that we really need to gain more attention, put more attention on and gain focus? Are we seeing any uptrends that we think are positive? Are we seeing any downtrends that are concerning that as a community, as an industry, we need to be looking at? George, what would you say?
Well, criminalization of seafarers. I mean, we have a very recent case in US as well on that. There are very few industries that the employees are being held hostage or they're being arrested for whatever reason, kept away from families. And that is something that is also pushing people away from our industry. Because what we have to understand is that we are not competing amongst ourselves in the shipping industry. We are competing to attract employees against Google, Elon Musk, whomever. So we have to be able to provide equal or close enough, at least, job satisfaction to the young generation that we want to attract. And people are being discouraged to come to the industry because of the points that were raised today and that were raised over the previous years as well. So we need to start by attracting the right group and to provide them opportunities to do their job safely without the fear of harassment and without being afraid to end up in jail if something goes wrong on the vessel. Thank you.
But let me go back to you, George, and ask you, as an industry, we have a unique framework. And we just spoke earlier about we can have all the regulations in the world, but they need to be enforced. And if criminal activities, i.e. illegal dumping, occurs on the high seas without being properly reported, should that not be pursued once it's discovered? And should not someone be punished for that? In the case of criminalization, it becomes the seafarer. If the seafarer himself is ordered to dump sludge overboard, and he does it, is he the criminal or is the person who ordered him to do it the criminal?
That's $1 million question as well. It's when you're being asked to do something, if you know it's illegal, you shouldn't be doing it. But that applies also in your shore life if you work in an office. Someone can give you an order to do something illegal. It is your choice to follow through or not. So it's not as simple as it sounds.
No, I agree with you there, but at the same
given an order
time,
by the captain to dump oil, for example, into the sea. But you should know that you should not supposed to do it and not do it.
okay, so you're talking about culture, changing the compliance culture on board ships.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that, George. Bing Bing, what would you feel are the trends and possibly alarming trends that need to be looked at by our industry?
Thank you, Carleen. Once again, I would like to highlight the issues for the violence and the harassment. This was evidenced in the 108 sessions Maritime Safety Committee, which was held last month. The committee just adopt the new set of the amendment to the STCW code, aiming to prevent and respond to the violence and harassment in the maritime sector, including sexual harassment, bullying, and sexual assault. And in the recent years, there have been an increased awareness for the need to address violence harassment. Given the issues of isolation, loneliness, and also the contained living conditions on board, violence and harassment are the particular concern, and also having the increasing impact on the maritime sector. Challenging this challenge on the working conditions really increase the risk for such behavior, and also impact on the safety and the environment. This is the reason why I think in this relative male-dominated sector, in addition to all the other culture and working conditions associated with maritime work, we need to put more, let's say, attention on this issue. So, thank you.
Thank you. Giovanni, from your perspective, what are some of the trends, both positive and negative?
Well, the positive trend is there's a growing recognition of mental health among seafarers. We see also seafarers are now open to tell that I'm not okay, I need help. But the negative trend, despite of this, people are being more aware of the mental health. There's still the social isolation. The internet has a double-edged sword on board. So we see that even on board, even though we provide the recreational facilities for our seafarers, some of them prefer to stay in their cabin and talk to their family, which is okay. But some also would prefer to watch Netflix as part of their recreation, which is also affect their rest hours. So the program that we're looking at, we're implementing, is that we empowering our officers that they will be the guide to our ratings in our on board, to have more social interaction, because seafarer mental health needs social interaction or a social support system in who's best to help them rather than the people on board. So that's what I see.
Okay, thank you. Somehow the image of mariners binge watching Bridgerton, I'm really struggling to wrap my mind around that. So Jeff, you've been to sea. You spent most of your career at sea. What trends are you seeing today, both positive and negative?
Well, I think it's a really good thing that we're now talking about mental health at sea. It isn't a growing concern, and it's an acceptance that it's there, and it has always been there. I started going to sea in the mid-70s. It was never discussed. It was something you had to put up with. And although every now and again during the trip, perhaps you'd be aware of somebody's deep depression and experienced it yourself due to family issues or the longing to be home. And sadly, I've seen a couple of extreme examples of depression on board. It was never spoken about. It was just something you nodded and you just get on with your work. So to see it now in the open conversation is an excellent thing. As is bullying and violence. This is not an emerging trend. Bullying and violence has always been a feature of commercial shipping. Always. There are so many accounts from novels and true accounts of life at sea, right? So, but now we're talking about it. So at least it's out in the open. But what I would like to do is circle around to your criminalization. I actually hadn't considered that for this panel, so I'm glad you raised it, because speaking as a master, it is definitely a growing feature of life at sea for the master. And masters are often operating under duress from their head office to carry out tasks which are in the grey zone and which they are culpable for, and they are put under pressure by executives who know the master is culpable. So I'm glad you raised that, because I didn't expect that in this panel, and yet it is a very important feature.
Yes, it is. And I thank you for acknowledging that. I do have one additional question for you, Jeff. since you've been at sea. Giovanni mentioned that they've got programs to try to, now that the mariner can stay in his cabin and go on the internet, how do we get back to the social engagement on board? How do you find that balance? Are there some strategies that you could suggest on how to bring the crew back together in a social environment while still acknowledging that they've got the right to the privacy and they've got access to the internet? Jeff, then I see Giovanni wants to say something.
Well, crewing numbers are now dangerously low. And in
Yes.
my personal opinion, often below what should be the minimum standard. The so-called safe manning certificate at sea is regarded as a joke. It's the unsafe manning certificate. So crew now, they cut down to minimum numbers between 16 and 22 for a massive container ship that goes around the world. With crews working 12-hour days, there is no time to mix. There is no bar life of social interaction. So they go to their cabins for their sleep, and they also, if they can get online, they want to speak to their families.
Mm.
So when you reduce crews, you reduce the onboard social activities. There's no organized shore, because frankly, when you get to port, often the work ramps up, not down. What do you expect?
So we've stripped out the resilience in the supply chain.
It's taken the
And
fun.
therefore your port time. Okay. Giovanni, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree that if you reduce the number of crew, of course, the workload would be more and few interactions. But what we did is we know that this is a challenge also for our seafarers. So we created, we call it the training officer course. So this program, we teach them how to facilitate, how to communicate, and how to do trainings like reflective learning and learning engagement. The idea behind is to engage our seafarers that they sit together, discuss topics that are related to their vessel or related to their mental health or related to anything, but to engage them more, because the challenge is if you see that more of the people of the crew are in their cabin and doesn't have any chance to voice out their concern or explain how they feel, then that would be risky. So better to group them together. It's like a simple barbecue, or what we do it that these seafarers who are the officers or properly trained and guided to watch out on this and to explore any ideas to bring back the social interaction board. Because in the end, we need social support system. So the people on board would help each other.
So it sounds like you're creating a shipboard culture that is closer than just being in your cabin or being on duty.
Yeah.
Now, Jeff raised the specter of reduced manning because we do have a seafarer shortage. It's expected that it'll be 96,000 by 2026. I know that in the United States, the Maritime Administration will admit to 5,000, but I know it's more. I was asked to speak at a harbor safety committee on an environmental panel. And they said, what do you want to talk about? I said, I want to talk about the seafarer shortage. Well, that's not an environmental issue. It is very much an environmental issue because 25% of all U.S. flag sailings at the moment are sailing under short crew waivers. And that creates an unsafe environment. And that which, as we know, 90% of all accidents are human error. So it's just part and parcel of increasing the risk, increasing the challenges, but also decreasing the safety of shipping today. George, would you agree to that?
Well, on one hand, with the technological advancements are replacing human beings. So one of the reasons that we have fewer seafarers on board is because we have replaced their job with automation. Of course, it is a risk to run a vessel low in crew, not only for the safety, but for the morale of the people on board and the social life of the people on board. Now, it is a risk, it is dangerous, and it's very difficult as an industry to attract newcomers to join. As Jeff mentioned earlier, I think the fun is out of it. You spend 3-4 months on board the vessel nowadays, and if you're lucky, you're gonna see shore. There are cases people don't even see shore over the period of 3-4 months. They don't explore. They just travel from home to the airport, board the vessel. Next time they step ashore is to go back home. The intensity, the paperwork, the responsibility, and the criminalization are all adding up to this. Going to port for a day, where you have to have all the authorities boarding the vessel at their own time with little or no respect on the work rest hours of the seafarer. These things have to be improved. Vessel going up the river for 8-10 hours, knowing that nobody's sleeping on board and the authorities be there upon arrival, some things have to change. Thank you.
Okay, Bing Bing. What is IMO looking at as a way to address this? Plus, some of this might have been addressed last month. Some of this remains to be addressed.
Yes, I would say definitely there are some, let's say, challenges contributing to this shortage or this towarding to the qualified crew members in the near future. For example, a lack of the clarities on which or what kind of fuel technologies will be really take the lead for the future, and also the uncertainties surrounding to the regulatory development and the financing, and these all make it very difficult to plan for the further training and attracting the new generations to put their let's see investment in their future career. And on the other hand, is the industry is also the nature of the work on board is changing. With this increasing use of technologies, AIs, and also the new alternative fuels energy sources, this will give a significant impact on the future work. For example, I would say the seafarer's definition may need to be changed. A very popular trend is hybrid, and the skills for the seafarers or crew may be more appropriate to referring to who also work on board as a part of the ship. So, and also all of these reasons, I think, need to be taken care of, and definitely deserve more attention for the future work. Thank you.
Well, we've all talked about the upskilling needed in our industry. Are we doing a good enough job of creating those opportunities for upskilling of our existing workers? And are we making the new look of shipping attractive enough to bring in new labor? What do you think, Jeff?
Well, another interesting point. Here we are facing this huge technological revolution, which is not coming, it's upon us.
Yes.
And panic is already starting to set in. We've got this huge shortage of seafarers, and we're saying we need to upskill in particular with STEM subject people. How will the industry possibly attract people who have graduated in maths and physics and engineering into an industry that at present cannot maintain a flow of personnel? You have to think, well, if I put all those years into study, what is in it for me to go to sea? And actually, I know in particular the nuclear industry, and I'm glad you mentioned that. I was at a conference last week, and it is gathering some pace. It really is. They know they can't get reactor engineers, which is what you'll need. They know they're not in sight for decades. So how can you possibly attract people of a high level academic ability to an industry that cannot maintain a flow of personnel now?
I agree. Giovanni, what are you seeing in the Philippines?
Yeah. Okay. In the Philippines, we have 25,000 graduates and 5,000 were able to join the vessel. So that's a surplus technically. But the challenge is how do you upskill these graduates, or let's say seafarers, to join the new technology vessel? So we have the limited facility here for dual fuel training or ammonia training. So it should be a drive by the private sector and the government also to ensure that the Filipino seafarers who were lacking the skills to easily transition them to the new technologies on board, so that we will be able to push them and grab this position. So since we have a shortage of seafarers, as mentioned earlier.
But are you saying of the 25,000 graduates, only 5,000 went to sea?
Yeah, that's correct. So
What about the other 20,000? What did they do?
so the other 25,000, sadly, they are underemployed. So they're taking different jobs, waiting for their onboard employment. So it's a different education system in the Philippines. You have 3 years to be on the university and then 1 year to go for your onboard training. But your onboard training requires that you must be on board the ship. So in order to complete your Bachelor of Science. Yeah. So
is this an
limited
opportunity for industry to recognize that you've got a surplus of mariners that need that onboard training?
Yeah, definitely. That's a big opportunity for the Filipinos. So
George, what would be a good way to do that? How could we facilitate getting the Filipino mariners on board global ships so they can get their onboard time?
To be fair, it's not the Filipino seafarers who face the issue.
Yeah.
It's globally, in whichever country you go, there are not enough slots for the cadets, the trainees, to go on board vessels, to obtain their competency and their COC, in order to serve the industry, which is currently complaining that we don't have enough of them. So at some point, we have to decide, you're going to be part of the solution or part of the problem. There are sufficient number of seafarers out there that we as an industry do not want to employ.
What do you mean by we don't want? We don't want to pay the money to train them to employ?
Maybe not want to pay the money. Maybe we have restrictions for them when they're employed on a particular vessel that goes to a particular country, and then the country imposes penalties or guards or whatever. If you have particular nationality on board, the nationality cannot be repatriated from this country. They cannot go ashore for medical care. Although these things are within MLC, countries who do not respect MLC are prohibiting certain nationalities from finding decent work on board, and we do have a need for it. It's not that we don't need it. We do, but the restrictions coming from third parties.
Okay, Jeff, what can groups like the Nautical Institute, ICS, BIMCO, etc. do to address this?
Well, that's a wide range of organizations you've just quoted. So I have to stay within lane for the Nautical Institute. And the Nautical Institute does not look at STCW at all. What the Nautical Institute does is represent professional mariners with a view to educating, continued professional development and further education. So we try to enhance our profession by reporting on latest developments and by promoting our own global professionals regardless of their country of origin. So we provide training and publications to enhance the mariners' professionalism.
Is there an opportunity for the Nautical Institute to use its resources to upskill other mariners?
I think we do. I think we do that with the training courses we already provide, but we always have to stay in lane, and that is we do not infringe on the maritime educational training bodies that are there regarding STCW and SOLAS requirements. So we enhance training rather than move into that bracket. So we do DP, for example. We we license training organizations and DPOs in the dynamic positioning world. So we add that dimension to certain aspects.
Okay. Well, one of the things I guess that we've talked about throughout this entire conversation is about the challenges that exist in our industry. How do we, and we've also acknowledged that there is a workforce shortage, and that's only going to grow. But how can we, as an industry, make the industry more attractive for people to come into this industry? Jeff?
Well, I think we've covered some of these points, or at least I feel we have, regarding pay and conditions. But I think where the nip point is going to come, where the pressure is really going to come on, is the next few years as we go into the alternative fuel training. Because as these ships come online, and the orders are in, so ammonia and methanol ships are now being ordered, and in order to the early adopter shipping companies are ahead of the game, and they're trying to comply with the IMO revised strategy to hit zero emissions by 2050. So these new type of vessels are already being built, and they're going to come online, some of them in the next 2 years, and then it will increase, and they will need specific personnel trained in these highly hazardous fuels to operate them safely. And I believe those ships may suffer issues with arriving in various ports if the port state or port authorities not happy with the standard of training of the crew on board these ships, because they present a danger to the port as well. And this is going to escalate considerably as more and more of these ships come online. There's a requirement to be STCW training for the crew.
Hey, Giovanni, how do you see this playing out?
Yeah, I think the industry should create more awareness to the seafarers to keep it more attractive. The other concern also is to the transfer of knowledge. You mentioned earlier that there's already the technology there. So how do we collaborate or do this within the schools or within the money agencies or the training centers, that these seafarers will be able to transition and shift immediately so that they can perform the job on their own board. So the policies also should be enlightened in order for our seafarers to be fully qualified and participate on board or work on board. And that's
George, what does reality look like for you?
Well, there are two sides on this issue, is the employer and the employee. To my experience so far, I don't know of an industry that employs somebody and trains them, to be competent to operate the machinery. Usually people are being trained before getting a job, going to a job. But being the employer, it is in our best interest to have our people properly trained and upskilled in order to operate the very complex business units that we have floating on the water for safety and for performance as well. There is a need. There is still an issue that we do not know which will be the fuel at the end of the day, because we can train a human being on ammonia, but you cannot train him on all 4 different fuels. They will be confused at the end of the day. So there is still a very gray area to where we are heading, because we have ammonia vessels, LNG, dual fuel, whatever you can think of. We have to decide, and not us as an industry, but as a sector, where we should go. And there, the political side of it has to jump in and say, guys, let's move towards that. There is no guidance. Everybody's heading their own way. And we cannot train one chief engineer on 4 different fuels. That would be impossible.
Correct. But we're not going to end up with one fuel. We know that. So we have to figure out a mechanism for either increasing the pool of mariners so that we can train 4 different groups of mariners to serve on the vessels. Or
Besides, besides my day job at NICLAB, I'm also the vice chairman of IMEC, International Maritime Employers Council. And what we have been doing over the last 2 years, we have a training and recruitment committee, which are scouting the world, going to smaller countries and sending reports about the institutions and the availability of seafarers to our members, like Panama, like Turkey, like South Africa, countries that we don't have such big exposure yet. As an industry, there are companies who are utilizing the seafarers, but there are more and more countries coming into this segment of the market that they start offering seafarers that the general industry isn't aware of. So we are trying as IMEC at the same time to provide them some exposure to the industry so we can employ people from there as well.
Okay. In terms of attracting mariners to our industry, Giovanni, Philippines has historically been the crew supplier for our industry. Is it still perceived to be an attractive industry?
Yes, it is. You're correct.
Okay.
It's in the Philippines still an attractive industry, compensation-wise, and then of course we see that also that the livelihood of the seafarers, say the economic status have changed whenever one seafarer joins the vessel. They're able to help the community also with that. So it's still an attractive industry in the Philippines. The problem is an opportunity, more opportunity for graduates who would be able to join the vessels, and also upskilling the seafarers or existing seafarers so that they can work on these new vessels or new type of fuels that will be arriving or that have arrived.
Okay. If there was one thing, we've talked about the various challenges that have to do with crew welfare today. But if there was one thing that you could change with your magic wand, Giovanni, what would that be?
That's a good question. So if I have a magic wand, I would say stop the war. So because
Which one?
this okay, the Israel and Gaza and the Ukraine and the Russia, which is affecting not only the seafarers but also the global industry. So if you see recent news, the family sees that okay, these vessels been attacked. It also brings stress to the family and also to the seafarers. So we see also that some seafarers are hesitant to join because they see that these are challenges that possible that they could encounter. So if I have a magic wand, I would say stop war.
Okay, George, what does your magic wand want to do?
And I have only one wish. That's gonna be a bit
Maybe
difficult.
1.5. I'll be generous.
Well, for starts, have more people employed in the industry from a wider base than what we have today, and that is gender-wise and continent-wise as well. Because there are a lot of seafarers around the world who are unemployed, seeking employment, and seaports or employers are hesitant to employ them because of the feeling that I haven't had this particular nationality before on board. So why would I go there? And I'm coming from a company that we employ, I think, 42 nationalities. So we're really multinational, multicultural. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jeff, what is your magic wand?
I would say to treat seafarers with the same respect that you wish to be treated yourself. And then we'd see a sea of change in welfare and conditions.
Okay, thank you for that. Now I'm going to throw out a wild card, which probably won't surprise you at all. we have a new generation, I think they're called Gen Z at this point, coming up the ranks. And this is a universal, well, maybe not global, but nearly universal challenge, is that they can make more money sitting in front of their computers in their pajamas than doing hard work or going to sea. So a couple of things have been suggested that might make life at sea a little more attractive. One is offering shorter contracts so they can get back home more frequently. And the other is somehow organizing that they have a day off a week. This is an idea Pam Curran mentioned to me at Posidonia 2 weeks ago. She's with Seacom. What is the feasibility of either of those things happening? A day off a week, shorter contracts. Giovanni?
Yeah, I would agree with the shorter contract if your vessel is trading frequently, let's say port, and shorter stay on port because okay, they need to rest also. I would say also, but especially for tankers, that you need a longer voyage. That's things that we should study further. Okay? In addition to Gen Zs, we reside on board, they're working on board. We see also a shift that the traditional delivery of training is also might not be enticing to our Gen Z. Like for example, they used to be studying online, the traditional way of delivering training, or the practical hands-on training, where you have to rig the rope, or you have to drive the crane. So this should also be considered before joining in board for a shorter contract. So like a blended learning approach, you get the benefit of online training, but you get also the practical training, which is essential for the safety of the seafarers or the safety of the vessels also. So that's my take on that point.
Okay, what about a day off?
Day off, yeah, they have the rest hours, so they could be factored in.
Okay, just checking. George, what is the reality of either of those ideas?
Well, who said that there are no day offs to start with? You have the people who are keeping watches, and okay, you cannot stop the vessel in the middle of the Atlantic for everybody to have a day off, but they are rolling. And on the other hand, that would be a fantastic idea to have the vessels one day off, but that would mean that whatever we buy becomes a bit more expensive because it takes longer for the products to reach our supermarket shelves. So you need a balance on it. People are not working 12 hours a day, 7 days a week in the deep sea segment. In the offshore, that's a different industry altogether when it comes to work hours. Now, I believe that there are good employers and bad employers, but not only in this industry, in any industry. And the seafarer, the employee, has the power to choose whether they want to go to a reputable employer or not. And that's how we're gonna get rid of the bad employer, because they will be unable to find employees, which happens at short side as well. I mean, seafarers are part of this planet. They're human beings, so they have the same needs and should have the same opportunities as well as everybody else working ashore.
Okay, thank you, George. Jeff, what are your thoughts?
Well, it's given me a good smile, I must say. I think it's all about the money, isn't it?
Which, the shorter contracts or the day off?
Listening to the arguments, I mean, back in the day, you're turning the clock back when trips were deep sea were around 4.5 months, when you could take your wife and children to sea, where engineers may have the weekend off because the engine room was in automatic and the crew wouldn't be paid overtime for weekend work, so they would have a day and a half off on the weekend. So we've done all this decades ago. What we're down to now are undermanned ships where crews do work 12 hours a day, where the legal limit is a 92 to 98 hour week for 11 months. I mean, that's the reality of life at sea. And we have a discussion here on what does it take to attract people to sea. So you know, the answers are obvious. Make life better at sea. That's obvious, isn't it?
Okay, so this leads me into the final question for our panel today. Is on the occasion of this year's Day of the Seafarers, which is on June 25th, what is your key message to industry stakeholders and our seafarers? Jeff?
Well, in recent years, I've been involved with various national and international organisations. And a regular trope I hear is that seafarers are at the heart of everything we do. Sadly, that's not been my experience. So can we please actually put seafarers at the heart of everything we do? Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. George?
It's seafarers and their families as well, because they're both apart from each other. And they should both be, as Jeff said, at the center of our focus.
Thank you, George. And Giovanni?
To our seafarers, let's celebrate the incredible dedication of our maritime workforce. They are the backbone of global trade, keeping a vital supply chains moving even amidst challenges. So this year, let's commit to more than just words. Let's prioritize concrete actions to ensure the well-being and the forefront of our industry's agenda. Invest in strong crew welfare standards, enforce regular effectivity, and prioritize fair treatment for our seafarers. That's all.
Well, thank you. I just want to thank all of you for your participation today and for your wonderful ideas and your passion about crew welfare. This year, more importantly than others, is pivotal. We're midway through a decade of disruption. We're midway through a decade of change. We're midway through the decade of digitalization and decarbonization. But we must make sure that the seafarer's role is held high and that we take as much care of our mariners as we do of our other pieces of business. And in fact, lift them up and make them know that no mariners, no shipping, no shopping. Thank you so much to everyone, and thank you to Safety for Sea for holding the Crew Welfare Week. Happy Seafarers Day, everyone.
Good day to everybody. My name is Dr. Titoy Lobaton from Hartic Medical Clinic, and I'm happy to present to you some insights about physical wellness for our crew on board. Talking about health, I would like to start by asking us, what does health really mean? And just to remind everybody, even the World Health Organization has stated that health is multifactorial. It says it's a complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease. And thinking about it on a holistic manner, holistic health is everything is connected, we are all connected. Crew health and well-being is influenced by many factors, but definitely physical health, which is our focus for today. So just to get straight to the point, always remember that our body is our opportunity to exist in this world. Without our bodies, everything also fails. And what I'm trying to say is, how can we start caring for our physical health moving forward? I'm speaking to a lot of people here. I can be speaking to a crew. I can be speaking to a crew manager, vessel manager, or even a ship owner. And I'm going to share to you some basic things so that we can start taking care of our physical health and well-being, especially with regards to our body. And it's basic, maybe you know this already, but it's a good reminder and some insights so we could continue to improve the physical health of our crew on board. The basics are to eat, to move, and to sleep. I want to give you some particular insights and details one by one. So first, let's talk about what we eat on board. And I always recommend to have a meal recall. What was your last meal, last few meals, and how is it, how's the quality of your food that you have eaten? How's the quality of the food that is made available to the crew on board? And it's always a good reminder to split it in half. Half is fruits and vegetables. Even frozen vegetables on board ships cooked can be eaten. It's still healthy. Frozen food is still worth going for than none of the fruits and vegetables at all. And half of it goes to carbohydrates and proteins. And just to add more details to it, this is a recommendation from Harvard Public Health and Healthy Eating Plate. Half of the food is vegetables and fruits. And then the other half are carbohydrates plus protein, healthy protein. This is a recommendation. And this is an opportunity to rethink, do we have these available for our crew on board? If not, what can we do about it? And here's a good reminder as well, that the principle is this: if you want physical wellness, it's the nourishment, it's what you're taking in. And the principle is closer to nature, the better. Because the farther you are from nature, the closer you are to the spectrum of disease. So corn is good, but it goes to high fructose, ultra-processed corn syrup, then it is not good. Again, I'm talking about the choices that we could make on board. Coming from another industry, the word choice plus architecture. Choice architecture is also vitally important if you want physical health and well-being for our seafarers on board. In IKEA, which is this is a popular brand of furnitures and home furnishings. It's set up, if you've been to this one IKEA place, it is set up like a maze, or you pass through all of those things that are being marketed to you, and in every little thing it is contextually right there. And what happens to your brain is, if you perceive its value, you know how to use it, it is available, you can appreciate and eventually desire it and buy it. If we want physical health on board, we have to really look into the nutrition and what food is made available on board. So for example, what we can do, we can make available better choices of food on board. And yes, people working in the galley could also be trained to cook healthier options. And yes, look into the budgets. Can we improve the availability of fresh food and ingredients on board despite the operations? And this is an example. I've been on board a ship, and I saw that there's, in this particular ship, it's a passenger vessel, from point to point, city to city, they had that opportunity, they have this opportunity to make better choices for their crew on board. I understand that not all vessels would have this opportunity, but I would not miss the point that maybe, just maybe, if we want physical health and wellness for our crew on board, it starts with nutrition. What we make available for our seafarers on board. Again, action and reflection is, how's the menu on board for our seafarers? If it's always processed food, if it's always all meat, probably it's not complete and it's not going to contribute in the long term and in a big way for our seafarers' health, physical health on board. Just again, another reminder, please, is it's not just physical also, because our mind also influences our body. You become what you eat. Let food be your medicine. That's also one key one-liner to remember. And it's not just the stomach that we want to be healthy. What we consume in our thoughts, in our energies, in where we spend our time and effort and our mind in, it also influences how we eat and how we physically react to these things. So just a good holistic reminder, what you feed your mind also becomes your reality. That's why we have these talks made available for seafarers on board, and we could give ourselves this reminder and reflection. What nutrition, what are we consuming, what is made available in the food architecture on board. So first is what we eat. Secondly, how's the movement of our seafarers on board? Let's ask ourselves this question: how much activity do adults need? This is the recommendation from a leading health authority. It's always best to have at least 150 minutes a week or 30 minutes of moderate level physical activity on most days of the week. And what I'm saying is, it could be, we need to move. If we want physical health and wellness, your muscles atrophy. If we don't use it, we lose it. So we recommend, I understand we have different positions on board, different levels of activity on board. But if we want optimum physical health, we need to ensure that our seafarers are also moving. And this is the recommendation of moderate aerobic activity and muscle strengthening. Let me go into further details. When we say aerobic activity, if we want substantial health benefits, we want our adults there to have at least 150 minutes a week or 75 minutes of a week of vigorous, intense aerobic physical activity. How do we measure this? How do we gauge this? Well, the rule of thumb is this: talk test. A person doing moderate intensity aerobic activity can talk but not sing during the activity. A person on the vigorous intensity can say more than a few words without pausing for a breath. That's how you would gauge if you are in a moderate to a vigorous intensity. Well, if we are not exercising, that's also not going to be helpful for our body's opportunity to recover, to build itself up. So you need to stress it a little bit and move around some more. Movement is very essential for physical health. Again, further, just some giving activities. Not everything can be applied on board, but maybe some brisk walking, yoga. I've seen this happening on board. They do some aerobics. They have some high intensity interval training. I see some gyms that are available also on board. The goal is just giving options for seafarers and us too here on shore on a reminder how we can perform aerobic activities. This is very good for your cardiovascular system, which is one of the reasons also of sickness on board. Now, in terms of muscle strengthening, it is helping to maintain the muscle mass and also important to engage the major muscle groups. And how do we do it and how long do we do it? It's not necessarily a length of time, but 2 to 3 sets may be more effective. Again, if we stress our muscles enough, it will grow, it will respond, it will be more resilient to stress further in the long term. Again, what we don't use, we lose. Some examples are these. If there are opportunities to do weightlifting, resistance bands, I've seen this on some vessels that they have provided resistance bands for seafarers to use on board. They are being taught also how to use these resistance bands, some calisthenics, and some carrying heavy loads. Maybe for some positions, the actual work in itself is already moderate to vigorous. But I'm also talking about the different positions on board, even those on the bridge or in the engine room. It's always a good reminder. We cannot miss. If we want physical wellness, we need to be active. We need to be moving. And again, here's the reminder: moderate activity for at least 150 minutes a week, divided as many on as many 2 to 3, 4 days in a week, and muscle strengthening activities. So here's the truth, just to let you know: muscle mass decreases by about 1% per year beyond the age 30. And again, the principle is if you don't use it, or even if you overuse it, you lose it. You want physical health for seafarers on board, we need to stay active and move. So we need to eat and then we need to move. The action here is, if you want to start new habits, well, try the 2-minute rule. And the 2-minute rule, just get started. That's the point. And it could be, if you want to do 30 minutes of yoga or calisthenics, well, maybe you need to take out the yoga mat. Movement also on board doesn't necessarily mean a specific action for exercise, but meaning doing the laundry, you bring the dirty clothes to the laundry area. That's a start. If you want to start running for exercising, well, putting on your running shoes brings you closer. The point here, if you want to influence the healthy behavior, just get started within the next 2 minutes so that it could start moving. So I'm on my third one. If you want to have physical wellness, eat, move, and lastly, sleep. And I want to remind ourselves that sleep is a cycle. It's circadian rhythm, if you want to call it scientifically. And here's one quick action item. We need to set your wake alarm in multiples of 90 minutes. The cycle is around 90 minutes. So I understand that we have shifting work on board, and as best as possible, have cycles of 90 minutes, 180 minutes, and so forth, so that if you have to time your sleep schedule, try to ensure a 90-minute sleep cycle. Because if we wake up on the mid or on the later stages, we will wake up fatigued, or we will wake up groggy and not at our best. So it's always a good reminder, on a scientific basis, we usually have a rhythm of 90 minutes. So if you're gonna have and plan your sleep in multiples of 90 minutes, that's what we recommend. Sleep hygiene is a good reminder for all of us, and it's all about regularity. Sleep is regular. It's about rhythm. Regularity is key. And the opportunity for us to be reminded is to sleep and wake at the same range of time every day. Basically, adhere to a sleep schedule. And catching up on sleep is not a good idea. It wreaks havoc to the regularity and the rhythm of your body. Your body gets confused if you have irregular sleeping pattern. So I always recommend to the seafarers, especially when they're coming from home and going on board, especially if there's long travel, etc. The first week of people going on board is one of the first things that you need to also establish, aside from the work, is the sleep rhythm, the sleep cycle that will help physical wellness for our seafarers on board. And one quick action here is, if we are setting an alarm on when to wake up, it's always good also to set an alarm when to sleep. We need to also give ourselves reminders, hey, it's time to sleep. We need to put our phones down. We need to relax and get some sleep. And hopefully in multiples of 90 minutes that you can do and plan your sleep. So in summary, if you want and work towards physical wellness, for us, seafarers on board and us on shore, you can decide today what concrete actions you can do for physical health and wellness. If you want physical health, we need to start eating healthy food, move more, and then sleep regularly. These are basic things, but if these are not done, we cannot expect good physical wellness for our seafarers and ourselves too. These are basic reminders that we can decide on. And if you have an opportunity to influence the seafarers, if you're a leader in your company, if you're officer in your company. These are the basic things that we need to ensure that our seafarers are able to do, access, and given freedom to do so. Give better choices on the nutrition and the food on board, help them and curate the lifestyle of the seafarers to be more active, make available options and equipment for exercise on board, and give them enough time for them to have good sleep. Because without these three pillars of physical wellness, we will not get far. So just to close, Tony Robbins is one of my key influencers. I have been reading his work, and he reminds us that it's our decisions, not our conditions, which shapes our lives. And relating it to physical wellness, we have different conditions on board, but what matters really more is our decision, our personal decision, our organizational decision. How can we influence? How can we move further towards physical wellness on board for our crew? That has been our presentation for today. Again, this is Dr. Dider Lubatan from Nordic Medical Clinic. Thank you for this opportunity to give these insights for physical wellness for our crew on board. Thank you. Maraming salamat po.
Hello and namaste. On the occasion of International Yoga Day on 21st of June and the International Day of the Seafarer on 25th of June, it's my pleasure to speak to you about yoga for seafarers. I started learning yoga when I was a young boy. My father used to practice yoga and I followed him. I also learned yoga formally at a yoga school nearby. And then I've been practicing yoga on and off. I subsequently also learned meditation and breathing exercises or pranayama. And I'm going to share my experience as a practitioner of yoga. Yoga can be called a science of living. I would recommend you to incorporate yoga along with your other mental and physical fitness routines. And as an outcome, that is only experience. I cannot tell you that you will gain X amount of muscle or you will gain X amount of concentration by practicing yoga. But the feeling of bliss after a yoga session is to be experienced. Right off the bat, I'd like to tell you that it is not a religious practice. Yoga has been around for 5,000 years, and it is a science of living for all of humanity. The earliest indications of yoga we see are in the Indus Valley civilization seals dating back to 3000 BCE. And of course, yoga was in practice well before you can find the evidence, because in those days, yoga was used or transmitted in an oral tradition. Later on, you can also see signs that yoga was practiced regularly. And at around 200 BCE, some of the core philosophies of yoga were codified in manuscripts by the author called Patanjali, who wrote the Yoga Sutras, which are 195 stanzas of poems describing what yoga is. And when we look at the definition of yoga, yoga means unison. You unite the mind with the body, and you unite the body with the universe. We are part of the universe, and we become conscious of every cell in our body. And when we look at Patanjali's yoga, so he talks about the 8 limbs of yoga, or the science of living, of which for today's presentation, we will just scratch the surface of 3 of them. That is asanas, that is the poses, pranayama, the breathing, and dhyana, meditation. The benefits of yoga are well proven. Though yoga is an intuitive science, modern research methods have proven the benefits of yoga, and you can it can alleviate the symptoms of cardiovascular issues, stress, and various other functional capacities. I'm not saying that by doing yoga you will never become sick. No, people will get afflictions even by practicing yoga, but it will alleviate the symptoms. It will put off, it will resist infections and other bodily issues. The book you see, this is the book my father gave me when I was leaving for sea, and this has got there are some yoga practices that you can use, particularly for issues ranging from neck pain or even constipation. The benefits of breathing are also proven by modern research methods. The photo that you see, that practice actually help you cool down in hot weather. And there are also breathing exercises which can help keep you warm in cold weather. Meditation is a form of relaxation. It's not just for mental wellness, but also for physical wellness. By practicing meditation, it has been proven to reduce the risk of heart disease. So given all these benefits of yoga, various even militaries like the US Navy and the police force have introduced yoga into their mental and physical wellness programs. And it's not difficult to find a yoga teacher or a studio these days. So in almost every part of the world, you can find a studio or a retreat. And actually, that is the best way to learn yoga. Please don't learn yoga or start doing yoga after this presentation or looking at YouTube tutorials. You do need a teacher to help you guide your way. So let's look at the broad basics of doing yoga. So like I said, in yoga, asanas or the poses are just one part of the yoga practice. But for the purpose of this presentation, we will call these poses also yoga. So like I mentioned, you do need a teacher. You need to perform yoga in an empty stomach. Do warm up to avoid injuries. And the good thing about yoga is you just need a yoga mat. Clean surroundings. Don't put on music. Have beer yoga, dogs or goats. I mean, look, any kind of yoga is better than not doing yoga. But if you want to do it the right way, is to be done in silence, because it is inward-looking practice. It's not an egotistical practice where you try to push yourself, like if you want to bench 50 kg or 100 kilograms, It's not like that. It's an inward looking practice with no external stimulus. And if you have any doubt if you can perform yoga in certain health conditions, you do need to speak to your doctor. And due to the buildup of energy during yoga practice, it's generally recommended not to shower immediately after a yoga practice. Give it some time, and then you can go ahead and have your shower. So you see these yoga poses have different names. These are mnemonics, just to help you remember. And like I said again, it's not a workout. It is not calisthenics. It is not Pilates. It's supposed to be performed without exertion. So you need to also perform within whatever limits you can stretch. So if you see in this picture, I'm trying to hold my fingers behind my back. Now, the very flexible people would be able to reach well into the base of their fingers. And even I can when I'm well warmed up. But if you are not warmed up, or if you have less flexibility when you're starting yoga, do whatever you can. If you cannot touch your toes, touch your knees. But don't push yourself, don't exert when doing yoga. Breathing is an important part of yoga. And in fact, without proper breathing, there is no yoga. The whole idea is to synchronize the breath and the asanas in such a way as to perform yoga effortlessly. And the basic rule of the thumb is forward bend is exhale and the backward bend is inhale. Do maintain the sequence of asanas as they are taught, because there is a method to the sequence of asanas. So usually you have the forward bend followed by the backward bend, and that is followed by the forward bend, so on. Surya Namaskar is usually the startup sequence. So you have this sequence that helps you warm up, but by it, you can use it even by itself. So actually there's a popular practice of 108 rounds of Surya Namaskar. I mean, usually you would start with 6 or 12, but if you want to do it by itself, 108, it's challenging. It's not as easy as it looks. I can tell you that when you do it, you will reach your optimum exercise heart rate anyway. So each of the asanas or the yoga poses have particular benefits. So for example, the headstand improves the blood circulation to the brain. Most of the time we are standing or lying down at sleep, but being inverse helps the blood circulation into the brain, into the lungs. The reverse flow does wonders to various organs of the body. The pose on the right, the peacock pose, because of pressure you put on the abdominal areas, it invigorates the digestion and the function of the various organs like the liver, pancreas, and spleen. Finally, do not end the yoga practice without this pose. It's called Shavasana. You need to spend at least 10 minutes lying down. And this is an intentional relaxation. You can also perform this on your own. Just lie down and relax. And you also think about each part of your body while you are relaxing in this pose. Breathing exercise, again, it's not as easy as it looks. You don't need a teacher, because if you perform without proper guidance, you can end up becoming dizzy, or there might be issues with the nervous system. So you do need a teacher, and you can do it even sitting down. Ditto with meditation. I do take different classes, both at cadet level and also at undergraduate level. And this is something I, do off the cuff with my students, just to teach them meditation. And this is one of the most loved sessions whenever I'm teaching. So it's very simple. You just have to sit comfortably on a chair. You just have to be erect, close your eyes, and focus on your breath. Inhale and exhale. And in fact, after this presentation, I'd like you to go into a room, quiet by yourself, sit on a chair, and practice this for at least 10 minutes. Set a timer. After 10 minutes, you will see the difference. Most of the time, we are afraid to spend time by ourselves. We are afraid to look inwards. We constantly seek external stimuli. Meditation is a practice where you cut off all external stimuli. You just focus inwards. And like I said, when we are talking about yoga for seafarers, there are things that you can do even when you are on watch. When you are staying by for stations, you can exercise your eyes. This will not cure you from wearing glasses. No, there's no such guarantee, but it does help in eye health. Same with neck exercises. There are exercises that you can do even standing on watch. There are more of them, but I just want to propose this idea to you. You can actually relieve stress when you're performing your job, whenever you have those few minutes in between your tasks. So simple thing, if you had a hard day on the deck or in the engine room, you can just go into your cabin, put your legs up, and that will give you some relaxation. I'd like to leave you with some takeaways. I would suggest invest in some yoga mats for ship's gym. These are not expensive, and this can be used again and again. You have to replace a mat probably once in 2 years. Invest in a yoga mat at home, your own yoga mat if you prefer, and find a yoga teacher. Like I said, I cannot stress this enough. You do need to start learning yoga from a teacher. Practice daily, even for 10 minutes. If you are not warmed up, do pranayam or meditation. If you are warmed up, you can at least do Surya Namaskars. So a constant practice is better than no practice. Whenever you can, you organize a group yoga session or a meditation session. And like I said in my opening, I would recommend that you include yoga in your physical and mental wellness program. Just don't do it immediately. I mean, don't go for a jog and then come back and do yoga, or vice versa. It must be done as a standalone practice. And finally, relax. It is not a competition. It is not an egotistical practice where you want to show off your balance or how flexible you are. You do it as an inward-looking practice. And with this, thank you very much for spending this time with me. I do wish you all the best on your yoga path. There are many resources that you can find at Safety at Sea, and I've also put some links up here. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Hello everyone and welcome to this year Crew Welfare Week. My name is Sandra Psychoglu. I'm the Editor-in-Chief at Safety4C, and I'm honored to be the moderator of this discussion today that is going to focus on physical wellness. But what exactly do we mean when we refer to physical wellness? Why is it important to talk about it in the maritime industry? Have we succeeded in embracing a healthier lifestyle on board our ships? These are some of the questions that we are going to answer through our discussion with our esteemed panelists. Without further ado, let me introduce our key experts in alphabetical order. We are happy to be joined by Mrs. Elizabeth Calvary, a neuropsychologist, executive neuroleadership consultant, and founder of Self Balance. Welcome.
Hello. Hello, everyone, and thank you for the invitation.
Nice to see you here. We are also pleased to have Dr. Christian D. Doyle-Batton, the Medical Director for Holistic Care at Nordic Medical Clinic. Welcome, D. Doyle.
Thanks, Alex. Hello, everybody. Looking forward to our discussion.
Also, we are delighted to welcome Dr. William Moore, the Global Loss Prevention Director at the American P&I Club. Welcome, William. Hello.
Glad to be here. Thank you.
And last but not least, we are excited to hear perspectives from Captain Parani, Vice President at Tafton Asset Management. Welcome, Parani.
Welcome. Thank you very much. Good to be here.
So, welcome, everyone. It's a pleasure to see familiar faces here today and hear your perspectives, your thoughts with regards to physical wellness and how to embrace a healthier lifestyle on board. Let's start with an open statement from you regarding physical wellness. Elizabeth.
Oh, physical wellness. Okay, it's a very important issue. I may say that physical wellness and mental health are deeply interconnected from my point of view. And the way I work with people, I may say that regardless of if you are working in a vessel, if you are working in underground or in an office, emotional well-being and human connection are crucial for optimal performance and health in general, even physical or emotional. So from my point of view, it's important to see the person as a whole, because the human element is important whatever you do and wherever you work.
Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth. Nice that you make the connection between mental health and physical wellness, and we have the chance to talk in detail after. Christian, an open statement.
Thank you, Alex. Physical wellness is very important. The body is a vessel. We need to take care of the vessel. It's not all the entirety of a human being, but that's what we need to get things done, get things moving, get the ships going, and get the job done. When we take care of the body, we take care of many aspects. It's determining human performance. Investing in physical wellness also improves performance of everybody, and reaching the outcomes that we want. Always look into the human element. And one key human element is the physical aspects of a human person. Imagine if something hurts, something is not well within the body, the performance goes down. And yes, it's totally connected to different aspects of our humanness, like the psychological, emotional, and all other things. So this is really good that we get to talk about it, put it in the agenda, and hopefully after this session, we really get to have some action points that we can do and reach the outcomes that we want to achieve.
Thank you, Tori. William.
Yes, thank you. It's now been 20 years since the American P&I Club launched its pre-employment medical exam, enhanced pre-employment medical exam program, and it has been a grand success for so many different reasons, primarily the support of our ship owners. But I will say that, you know, all of the particularly physical conditions that we actually look at and focus our attention on, that we have found that have been primary reasons behind repatriations and these types of events. We've found that, you know, all the efforts that we put towards this have really benefited the ship owners, it's benefited the individual seafarers, and it's been an excellent program. And we really, we know other P&I clubs are doing something similar in the same. And we, from the insurance side of this, the P&I side of this, are glad to be participants in making sure that seafarers are healthy. That's it.
Thank you, William. Parani?
On the ship, to stand on watch for 8 hours a day, to go up and down the gangway or the cargo hold or the pilot ladder, to go up and down in the engine room in 50 degrees centigrade temperatures, to open the brake of a windlass, to overhaul the liner and piston, or even to be a cook, to get the potatoes from the store to the galley, and then cooking the whole day with such big dishes. You need strength in your body. And even to keep a lookout, your eyesight needs to be good, so you can spot small lights 12 nautical miles away from the ship. So for all of this, just to be able to do our job, we need to be physically fit. And I hope we get to talk more about it during this panel.
Thank you, Parani. And actually, you provided a picture of life on board. It's quite challenging. And I would like to focus with my next question on these challenges. So what are the key challenges seafarers face in maintaining their physical wellness on board? And what are some key risk factors that they face? Or have you identified any alarming trends? Didoy?
Thank you. Our business is doing pre-employment medicals for our seafarers here in the Philippines with 2 branches in Manila and Cebu. Our telemedicine services also serves the seafarers on board. And one of the key trends that we're seeing is that we see a lot of chronic illnesses. That could also get worse on board. And we see that the testing regimen that has been originally set before focuses also on the infectious side. And what we see that we may need to look into how we're testing our seafarers. But more than that as well, we also look into teaching them what's the right kind of lifestyle that they need to have, what kind of health behaviors that would really help them build their physical strength and perseverance in their work. I see that chronic illnesses is a threat. Worldwide, we've seen the rise of chronic illnesses because of the lifestyle. For example, we are sitting most of the time, not for the seafarers, but we're consuming a lot of processed food, which is directly influencing our hormonal balance, our weight, and so many aspects, like putting us at risk for diabetes and hypertension. Those are the key things that we need to address now. Again, more than just testing them, we need to teach and influence our behavior of our seafarers on how they could care for their physical health and well-being.
Thank you, Didoy. William, what are the key challenges and the risk?
You know, we found through the years, we studied you know, issues with regard to our PME program and conditions and the like, and not surprisingly, we find that the bigger issue is when seafarers are at home than when they are on board the ship. I think the industry, I think the ship owners, masters, I think they're becoming much more aware of the types of, you know, proper diets. I mean, they're not perfect, don't get me wrong. And, you know, we all don't eat perfectly. But I think there's a lot more awareness on board the ship, and there's a lot more control of that on board the ship. We have a greater concern when the seafarers go home. We have found in, you know, certain places like Philippines with seafarers, you know, I've been asked multiple times, you know, what are the problems, you know, when it comes to condition? I said, well, the conditions are everything related to hypertension, diabetes, these types of things. But the big problems are too much salt, too much fat, too much sugar. That's basically boils down to those 3 things. In the US, it's a little different. US, we have a lot of seafarers who aren't necessarily on board ship longer periods of time. They're on for a few months at most. Their bigger issues are oral oral health, BMI, and flexibility, and other types of things. So yeah, we find the issue more at on board when they're at home than they are on board the ship.
Thank you, William. Parani.
So until about 200 years ago, the biggest problem for seafarers was scurvy, and until the time they found that you could use lemon juice and citrus fruits to solve the problem. More than half of the seafarers used to die during a voyage, transocean voyage. So after that problem was sorted out. Cut to the current day, the three main issues that we see are cardiovascular issues and musculoskeletal issues and genitourinary issues. And to start with the cardiovascular itself, the claim, for example, it's almost 1/3 of all the crew claims in cost. And together, these top three make up 50% of all the crew claims. So each of them has a problem, and I hope to get into it more as we speak. But let's just take the musculoskeletal, for example. There is a big lack of awareness. Speaking from my own example, when I joined sea, there wasn't, nobody really taught me how to lift properly and everything. So before I had a chance to learn the proper lifting procedure, I lifted something in a bad way and injured my back. So yes, I've recovered, but I still have issues when I go into the ship's tanks or lift heavy things. There is an issue. So I would start with awareness.
Awareness. Thank you. Parani, Elizabeth. We can't hear you. I think you're muted.
Sorry, yes, okay. From my point of view as a neuropsychologist and working with the brain and body, what I believe as far as physical awareness is concerned, and the problems that chronic problems and chronic disease problems that people face on board and everywhere, has also to do with how the brain and the body works and connect to each other. What I would like to say is that in general, to feel healthy and function in a healthy way, physically and mentally, it is important to prioritize how your brain works, how you feed your brain, how you feed your body. And yes, it has to do with nutrition, exercise, ergonomic sleep also, which is important because it has to do with fatigue problems that people face everywhere. I may say that we behave in general, and it's important to mention that we behave, all of us, according to how we feel, how we act, and we perform according to how we feel. That's the most important issue for me, emotions. So if we can control our body and we can do that, we do that self-balance, we observe how the body reacts, then we can eliminate a number of all these issues that you all mentioned before. The body answers to our thinking process, to the way we protect and respect our bodies. And I think that we need to create a culture that these are important and important things that stakeholders needs to think before.
Thank you, Elizabeth. So you all mentioned the key challenges, alarming trends, and diverse topics that need to our attention. So considering these challenges, what should be our priorities on the industry's agenda? What should we do? You mentioned there is lack of awareness. Also, it is very correctly you pointed out, William, that we need to think about the people, the seafarers that go home. What should we do? What should be our priorities? William, would you like to start?
Priorities. I think, at least from my perspective and from the feedback we get from our ship owners, I think what we're doing now has been quite successful with how we're addressing the issues. Again, the influence that we would have on seafarers when they're at home can be not as good as they could be, it's not like we're sitting in their kitchen in their ear and, talking to their significant others and saying, hey, you should cook this, you should prepare that. I do think the comment that was made earlier, I think by Dr. Louboutin, about processed foods, too many processed foods, non-processed foods, I think much more focus on that will be much better on the health side. But when it comes to the actual seafarers, like I said, when they're on board ship, that's really the environment we can control and not, or the ship owners can control, and the environment that we can actually give ship owners and seafarers our thoughts on the best ways to manage that. When it comes, but the challenge of at home, that I think is another issue. It is an issue that's worth quite a discussion, and I'd be interested in that, whether it's in this forum now today or somewhere else, about how we manage some of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, William. Parani.
Well, following the thread about awareness. So, like I also said, the problems are cardiovascular, musculoskeletal, and urinary system. And nothing can happen unless the seafarers themselves are going to take action to sort out these issues. We can create the awareness like this panel. I'm sure it's going to be helpful. And the idea is the message needs to reach to the seafarer, and they need to then inculcate those practices, those disciplines into their daily life, whether it is on ship or on shore. So cardiovascular, diet, exercise, sleep, avoid smoking. And the more we create awareness, and then the more they practice it, the better they will become. I mean, of course, we can help them with tools. We can help them with providing good nutrition on board. As a shore teams, we can help them. But ultimately, it's up to the seafarer to start taking initiatives to continue, taking care of their health in a consistent, mindful way.
Thank you, Parani. Elizabeth?
Okay, in the corporate environment, similar challenges are always faced. And for me, it's funny that we discuss things as being different for seafarers. For me, it has to do, as I said before, with human beings. Companies need to organize cultures. I mean, that it's on board, it's a culture as in the corporate environment. So whether you are in the vessel or you are in an office or you are everywhere, even in the space, you have to do with the core needs of the human needs. So from the company side, I may say that we need to create a supportive environment, create peer encouragement to do certain things, and give incentives and recognition for certain things. But as Parani said, it's very important people to start having this value of and competency, I may say, of self-awareness. If you don't respect yourself, if you're not aware of what are the good and bad things for your own body or your own life and your own health, you can't ask for things. So it's important to create values, to respect these values, and we can help these people on the phase of onboarding by giving them information, giving them tools to regularly recognize these needs and apply these to their everyday life on board.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Didoy?
Talking about priorities, I think if we want to have good health outcomes for our seafarers, it's basically, agree with Captain Parani, it's going to be on the health behaviors. And there are things, I agree in the discussion, that there are things that we are in control and there are things that we are not in control. I agree that environment influences a human behavior. The access of what kind of food, what is being served by the cooks, what provisions are available, do they have enough rest time? Do they have, are the schedules humanly possible? And the operations can also think about the human element on board. Do they have access if they have for any health situations? And at home, I agree that a good part of their time is also spent at home. And how are we influencing them while they're at home? It's not because we cannot just rely on the threat that they will not get employed anymore. I think, at least in my experience, we also have influenced, especially for Filipino culture, we also have influenced the spouses at home. We teach them, we educate them, because at the end of the day, when they get home, the seafarers get home, they will be eating what the spouse markets, what is made available at home. So I think it's yes, creating the awareness and really trying to influence the health behaviors that we want, from awareness to the environment and all other other promoting things for physical health and well-being.
Thank you, Dido. It's nice to hear such initiatives. Also, you mentioned that we may need to improve the environment on board. Do you have any suggestions? How can we intervene in the environment regarding the infrastructure, facilities?
Right. Well, nutrition plays a big role for physical wellness. And I have seen seafarers and the ship owners make good progress here. Make the menu more colorful. The provisions on board, it cannot just be fried and grilled and full sugar rush that will be given to the seafarers. I think I've also seen companies investing in the re-educating and updating the knowledge and cuisine capability for multinational crew of our seafarers, our cooks who works in the galley. Also, I think you've seen it in the US Navy that they saw that accidents were more common, especially for those seafarers who may not feel rested. And one thing that they changed is just they improved the mattress. And that made a lot of difference. So I think we can just look at low-hanging fruits based on scientific basis and just look into what we can change in the environment on board. And one last thing, access. Really access, because there are no doctors, not especially at least for the merchant ships. We don't have health professionals on board. They have some health training, but do they know what protocol, which to call, who would be the relevant people that they can reach? Do they have a in-house process within their company, what to do when these situations come in? And I think that again would influence the health behaviors and eventually the health outcomes that we want.
Thank you, Didoi. William, would you like to add any comments how to intervene in the environment on board and improve the facilities for seafarers in order to enhance their physical wellness?
I think the things that Dr. Louboutin mentioned are definitely most important. From our perspective, we also manage from the club side. We also look and talk to our ship owners about issues related to port state control and the like. And surprisingly, when it comes to provisions on board ship, the broadness of the types of foods they're exposed to, from time to time, ship owners will grouse to me about how port state control officers in certain jurisdictions are quite strict about, hey, you have fresh fruit on board, you have fresh vegetables on board, you have fresh foods on board, and these types of things, which I found, I could understand why the members would grouse about it a bit. That's it's not always the most accessible depending upon their routes and the like. But I was glad to see that there was actually some interest in these types of things, and people are paying attention to it, externally as well as internally. But again, I go back to my point, and I wish there was something more. I really think ship owners are becoming much more aware, and crew management and these types of things much more aware of making sure that seafarers at least have the right foods on board and not low processed, properly cooked, diverse diets. And we commend those efforts, and I'm not quite sure what much more to say about it, but I think we're on the right path, at least from what we've seen.
Thank you, William. Parani, your thoughts how to improve the environment on board?
So I'll share a bit of my experience. When I joined Sea 30 something years ago, So I was not really trained, like I said earlier, about proper health techniques. Okay, can you use that you should wear gloves when handling chemicals? So and then I'm vegetarian, and but when I went on board, there was no vegetarian food, so I had to eat meat, for the time that I was on the ship, just to survive. Things are better now. And then also, if you see, there was no gym, and even now, actually, if you see many ships, there are no gyms. So it is a store which is converted into a gym. Is just like a 8 foot by 8 feet by 5 feet room with some ad hoc equipment, which is not enough. And sometimes I've seen gyms inside the engine room. You can imagine it's already 40 degrees, 50 degrees, and then you really can't expect the crew to work and exercise in this environment. So I would actually suggest that even from the shipbuilding stage, and this of course involves the flag states and the class, to create those requirements that they have proper exercise rooms, probably a sauna, and recreation room, proper beds which don't creak, so you're not thrown off in rough weather, so you can sleep properly, proper air condition with redundancy, proper drinking water systems. So these things are, some very basic things, if we can sort out at the design stage, that's going to help a lot.
Thank you, Parani. Elizabeth, how can we improve working environment from your perspective on board?
Okay, one of the most important things, because I discuss a lot with people, and we discuss about the conditions under which they live while being on a vessel. I may say that nowadays everyone can see everyone, how they perform at the different places, different working environments, and they have idea of how the optimal way of working might be. From my point of view, it's important to, as all people, all panelists has discussed, it's very important to create environments where people can go and exercise themselves, or even find a place where they can meet, communicate, and connect to each other. Like the mess room, there's no mess room anymore. I mean, that people do not have a place to go and eat together, discuss their problems, because everything is interconnected. From my point of view, therefore, it's important to create these feelings of fairness, of feeling of inclusivity, like, for example, feeling that they are trustworthy, that they are respected as human beings. So this is from the part of the company to create an environment that is friendly, because we can see that the majority of people do not want to go and sail anymore because they see that the conditions are not the best. And from the seafarer's point of view, it's important to remember and speak out and ask for things that are important for their health, mental and physical one.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Now, moving on, how accessible is medical care for seafarers while at sea? What improvements can be made to ensure they receive adequate care? Didoy, would you like to start?
Well, we've seen one key thing that we've observed in our telemedical services. There are extremes. There are ships who are very well stocked with good medicines that have clear telemedical guideline support, etc. But we also have seen some ships who have missing medical chests requirements. Especially psychological or psychiatric situations, and some seafarers also, some vessels, the seafarers themselves do not have confidence to administer such, and they wouldn't know how to monitor. So I think at least one quick action item is there needs to be a good telemedical service to support, to give confidence to the crew on board. Secondly, we need to put the right kind of medicines on board. Please include psychiatric medicines, which can be controlled. And I think it's still a journey. I cannot say that majority have a very good setup, but I think we're making progress. I think it also depends on vessel type and who's running the ships and what priorities are put there. But there are many telemedical services as well available, but you gotta choose which one is relevant for you. So for example, even ourselves, if we cannot speak directly and we don't speak the language, we have to refer them to someone who can connect to the seafarers, who can properly explain the medical procedures to be done. So it matters, relevance matters.
Thank you, Didoy. Elizabeth?
Okay, for me, there has been improvement and there are a lot of things that have been introduced, but there is more. And of course, there are not all people, all companies that actually use these improvements in telemedicine and the facilities that we can get. For me, we have to understand that technology is easy to be accessed by everyone. There are a number of things like mobile health applications, the telemedicine, as I mentioned before. There are interactive online platforms where people can get information and be aware of the important issues that has to do with their medical condition. It's about culture. It's about mentality. It's about changing the mindset of why it is important to think about medical care for crews. It's exactly the same as I said before. It happens everywhere else in the corporate world. It happens if you are working in an office. It happens if you are an athlete, even if you are a pilot or working underground or even in NASA. People are always get information about their medical health, and they need to have access, even seafarers. It's something that for me it's so natural, and it's a priority. And after that, then you can discuss about everything else. If you don't have a healthy person, you can't talk about anything else, not even performance and mistakes. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Parani?
So the current situation is something like this. So there are free telemedical advice centers. Most of them are in North Europe, where seafarers or ships can call these centers free of charge, which is good. I mean, there are good doctors, but the problem is, since it's free, seafarers the captains may not feel very comfortable speaking to them for smaller issues, and until it has become big. And the second thing is, let's say a captain calls now regarding a seafarer, tells him about the situation, so the doctor gives the advice, and then after 4 hours, when the captain calls the doctor again, he's speaking to a different doctor. He may have the history, but the doctor is different, so he has to start all over again. So that can be an issue, especially when the situation is getting critical. So what many companies have done, the larger companies, they have their own in-house doctor. So they have a good rapport because they go to the same clinic, or they've been in touch with the same doctor for many years. So even when they have some small doubt, if there is something wrong, they can call the doctor, and the doctor has got the history of that seafarer from the pre-employment medicals, and he can give very good advice rapidly. So that's the larger companies. There are, of course, many good companies which provide this service for a subscription fee, and which many smaller companies have enrolled into such a service, but it's not enough. We do need more people to enroll into some sort of subscription, so the response is immediate. And of course, if you allow me some more seconds, looking at the future, you have, I'm wearing a smart watch. So there is a possibility, and while we were speaking, the smartwatch was asking me, "How are you feeling today?" So, so if these personal devices can then, churn out data, and there's a team monitoring it, they can, even nudge and guide the seafarers if they have not done the exercise, or there's some, let's say if the seafarer is not feeling well for a few days in a row, they can, okay, of course, there's all assumes that the privacy issues are all sorted out. So then you can have proactive telemedicine. Thank you.
Thank you, Parani. Elizabeth, you would
Just
like
to add something, as Parani says, but it's very important. For me, it's important to mention also that captains needs to be educated how to observe their crews and be able to identify problems that occur in their health. For example, I have seen so many times people suffering, having panic attacks. Of course, it has to do with mental health, but it's heart palpitation and heartbeat. Help captains understand and be able to observe these symptoms and be able to identify needs so as to help these people go and ask for help. You may have all these tools, but if you cannot connect with people and see and observe these difficulties in everyday life, I believe that even tools are not necessary. We have to educate also captains to be the first pillars of asking help and recognize symptoms. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Didoy, yes, please.
I totally agree with Elizabeth, and I must say that leadership matters a lot on board, especially influencing health behaviors. If the masters, not just the captains, but also the chief engineer, all the officers on board, or any influencer on board for that matter, if you put health and well-being also in the agenda, you put some mental health or physical reminders during safety briefings, that would really matter a lot. It will put in the people's consciousness. And I just want to add to what Captain Parani was saying. It really matters as well. But healthcare is in the business of trust. You would trust someone. You would call someone if you're familiar with them. They know your records, less administrative task. That's why human connection matters a lot. You would call and utilize the telemedicine service if you know who's on the other side and you trust them. So easing those away matters a lot for seafarers on board, because sometimes when we talk to the leaders on board, they would rather not just call because the administrative task of it is too much. They have to create the reports, this and that. And those are just real situations. And so we respond by saying we'll take care of it. We'll give the reports. We'll update each other. We'll use whatever preferred method to call. It's either a satellite phone or WhatsApp or Messenger for Filipinos, because it has to be relevant to the patient, to the person on the other side. And again, trust needs to be built with the practitioners and the providers of the healthcare.
Thank you, Didoy.
Can I just comment, just some, I guess, closing comments, general comments on the issue. We have found, telemedicine has been great. That telemedical services have enhanced dramatically. I think some of the points that Captain Parani mentioned were quite valid with regard to the continuity and making sure you have an issue, and making sure you're trying to connect with a doctor to get the kind of, it's the personal touch. It's not only the medical advice, but the actual, the personal touch with even though it's at a distance between the doctor and the patient, that means a lot. But we find for the physical wellness related matters, we find the telemedic, we haven't heard many issues with the telemedical services. We hear generally good things. The mental health component of that is yet another issue. There are various companies out there offering various services and the like, and there are free services. There are those that are paid service and the like. We're a little more wary about that. One of the things we did, it's nice to have the captain be able to capture, this person might have an issue, or that person may have a mental health issue, or even physical health issue. Another burden on the captain amongst all the other burdens he has he or she has at sea, which is quite difficult. But the matter really is with, like what we did in the American Club, I got a lot of feedback from our ship owners saying, listen, Bill, our masters are not doctors and they're not psychologists. What kind of guidance can you give them to basically, hey, if they hear certain signs, if you're able to capture, those signs, and there is an issue, and to make sure that you're following up on them. And then what do you do before, you can either, to address his immediate emergency or to repatriate him, upon the next port. That we kind of focused our attention on in our latest mental health guidance that we actually did in cooperation with the Siemens Church Institute. We kind of focus on that direction because we know it's not an ideal, 100% ideal system when you don't have somebody, a doctor on board ship and with all the medical facilities at their disposal. But anyway, that's just wanted to close on that comment about this issue.
Thank you, William. Actually, technology play important role. Emerging technologies are coming to change the whole landscape and seascape. Are there any technologies that may help towards with regards to physical wellness and medical care, apart from these that you have already mentioned? Are there any? Elizabeth, yes?
Okay, what we are doing at Self-Balance is we observe and scan brains and bodies, meaning that in a bridge simulator, we connect with special sensors, captains, and we observe how they react while being in a crisis. So we see how the brain experiences stress, anxiety, and with all these theoretical topics about resilience and empathy, I may say that you can observe the right time live how the brain reacts to this resilience concept, meaning that if someone is anxious or cannot control himself or herself, means that he doesn't have any resilience. You can see these things through brain scans. And the result is amazing, I may say, because through technology, people get feedback, live and immediate feedback of how their body reacts, and not in theory, but in reality, what they need to change, what they need to focus more on certain issues, like, for example, regulation of their emotions, on how they react. And I may say that it's very, very helpful and very successful. And we have worked with a number of companies, and usually captains come and say to us that it was like a shock, that they just couldn't believe that the way their body behaved influenced the way they communicated or connected with each other to solve a problem and find a solution. Because, the brain blocks when you're anxious. This part of the brain blocks immediately, so you cannot decide and you cannot show your expertise. Even if everything is automated, unfortunately, mistakes still happen because it's the human mind, the human brain and body. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Anyone from you would like to add something about the emerging technologies and how it's going to change the scenery? Okay, Parag.
So, I like to look at it two ways. So I gave the example of the smartwatch, and I do think it's wonderful because it's a great, it keeps nudging, more than my wife. So, and the second way of looking at technology is the tools on board, So you have things like remote control valves, gauges, closed circuit TV cameras. You have spectrophotometers for the chemical tankers. So all of these, they avoid crew having to physically move things, exert a lot of strain. So, as we know, as the people get older, putting a lot of strain is not recommended. So, they say don't lift heavy things or don't exert too much strain. So if we use these technological levers, it will help avoid these strains for seafarers.
Thank you, Parag. Didoy, I think you would like to add something.
Thank you. I think there's a lot more interest in putting the technology available on board and teaching the seafarers how to utilize it. Basic blood pressure machine with the advent of better communications on board. Before you need to have a stethoscope, but now you just put on the band and then it measures it and then it sends already to the telemedical provider waiting for it. And they don't have to have a call. If they just put it on, it will go directly and feed the data so that the doctors who are monitoring can reach the vessels. Not a lot of vessels have it. There are already some initiatives to it, and I think the wearables, once it's much more accessible, once it's much more a majority of people would have it, we're gonna do data building, and I think the advent of AI allows us to churn more data well and gives us better decision tasks to do. The decision making is better once we are data driven. So I think there is good progress there. Still a lot of work, but we're in the right direction with technology. But again, technology is best used with the right kind of mindset and the readiness of people to use it, and they know how to use it well.
Thank you, Didoy. William, would you like to make any comment, to add anything?
On this side, technology, I think Dr. Bubaton mentioned, various, measuring techniques, blood pressure and like. Captain Pirani, everything about the watch, which I think is great. If you would like to do that, there are people who really are into that. We've gotten some feedback, pushback from seafarers and the like who've told us, hey, you're encroaching upon every part of our life with such a thing if you're trying to promote that. It's not, and we try to remind them it's not for our particular interest, it's for their own interest. And, it's not data. And, of course, if they're going to promote it, they want to say, okay, we'd like to collect the data. And that's where the issue becomes problematic with the seafarer, which I can understand. It was a privacy issue because you did mention that, Beth. Other than that, not really. Technology as it relates to medical and physical wellness issues as it relates to testing. Not from our perspective. There's nothing that really, shines out for us beyond that. That's it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, William. Now, moving on, let's make a connection between physical wellness and mental health. You have already mentioned, of course, they're interconnected. After all, ancient Greeks used to say, there's a famous quotation, a sound mind in a sound mind in a sound body. So, in your view, how does physical wellness affect seafarers' mental health? And can you suggest any approaches to address both aspects? And of course, for the overall well-being of our seafarers. Elizabeth, I will start with you.
Okay, I've mentioned a number of things as far as mental health is concerned. For me, they're not, they're interconnected. I mean, I see the human element, any human being as a whole, holistically, meaning that you cannot talk about physical wellness without thinking of mental healthness, without thinking of emotional wellness. So for me, the most important thing is to make people feel happy. So if you make people feel happy, I may say from the physical point of view, the brain will release dopamine and serotonin, which are two important hormones that have to do with satisfaction and happiness. It will release oxytocin, which is another hormone that has to do with trust. So everything is linked together. So even skills, leadership skills, cultural mindset about how we need to understand that this is not just a vessel, but it's a small community, a small society where people communicate to each other, need to communicate with each other, have the feeling of inclusivity, feel trustworthy, and feel that they belong to somewhere and that they can speak out and express their emotions, even if it might be this is fear or anxiety, and there is no stigmatization problem. I mean that all these things that are important in our culture, in every culture, are important for every human being and even for vessels. And this is one of the priorities. It has nothing to do with morale. I mean, it's priority, and it's one thing for me. Okay, thank
you, Elizabeth. I would like to add what industry stakeholders say, that a happy crew is a safe crew. So that's so.
It's true. You can't perform if you are not happy. You can't. You are under fear. You are under defense, and you perform not in your best. So mistakes will happen, and all other things that we discussed are considered to be normality.
Thank you a lot. Didoy.
I think it has been many times proven the body and mind connection. It does matter. I have some three key things. Nutrition on board plays a big role. Gut health matters now. There's a lot of research about it. What we're eating is what we're going to be feeling. The consumption of too much carbohydrates, the insulin resistance, and the type of food, the chemicals that we are exposed to highly influences the way we think and the way we behave. So nutrition plays a big role. Secondly, also, we need, especially on insulin resistance and other metabolic illnesses, people need to move more. Once they're moving more, they can be thinking better. And, they would even say sitting is the new smoking. What we're trying to do with our seafarers is helping them to remind themselves how to move more. And again, and on the flip side, some people are also not getting enough rest, which is also including sleep. There is even an interesting study newly published by Ms. Rebecca Mejia and Professor Martin Lindstrom of Lund University. Workload still is a situation with the seafarers, and workload is not just the physical load, but it also mental load, emotional load, and as Elizabeth was saying, if people talking about distilling it into psychological safety, if people feel psychologically safe, they would behave better. And it's the same thing. If people feel safe, they will behave better even in their physical health. So it's a holistic approach. Yeah.
Thank you, Didoy. I will give what you said. Sitting is the new smoking. And actually, if you just walk for 30 minutes a day, it's very good for yourself after overall. So, William.
We've struggled, again, I'm trying to look at it from perspective of our pre-employment exam program and how we focus on trying to address both mental and health issues. Mental and physical issues, but the physical things that we have found have been relatively simple to capture, for all the obvious reasons. The mental health elements of it are really what's evaded us for various reasons. It's difficult to diagnose, particularly during pre-employment medical examination. I think we actually dropped it from our pre-employment medical exam requirements because we weren't capturing. It wasn't that we didn't find it important. We found it a very important issue, but we weren't capturing cases by what we were actually doing with all the various testing methods and the like. So we best thought to really focus attention on providing guidance related to mental health and just remove it from our pre-employment medical exam requirements. The physical and mental, absolutely. I agree with everyone on the panel thus far, and I'm sure everyone would agree. Mental and physical are in unison with each other, codependent on each other. I wish I was more qualified to say. I think there are people like Elizabeth who are probably better off to, say the different things that we should be doing, and Dr. Louboutin from their experience, and Dr. I'm sorry, I keep calling you Dr. Pirani, Captain Pirani, my apology. From his personal experience, probably have some better ideas on it. But from our perspective, we are open to ideas. We try to focus our attention on providing guidance on mental health issues. For the time being, that's will continue to be our close focus.
Thank you, William. And Parani? Elizabeth, you would like to add something?
apart from all these things, for me also it's important to mention some things that has to do with technology that we discussed before, but has to do with mental health as well, with social media. So it's an important thing that need to be aware of, that even social media, if not used in the right way, they can create physical problems and mental problems as well, because you get addicted. So we might talk about alcohol addiction or any other things, but I may say that even you looking at Instagram and TikTok or even YouTube all the time, the structure of the brain is influenced, and it might be shocking, but when you are working and looking at social media all the time, the specific part of the brain that is influenced with cocaine, it's exactly the same when you use the social media. So it is another thing that has to be considered, and also the way people talk to each other, and if there is no harassment on board, because that also influences the brain and physical health and mental health. That's why I just said before, everything is interconnected, and there are different pillars that have to be considered all together. Thank you.
Sorry, just point, I agree, social media is a double-edged sword. There's the good and the bad, and they have to be taken both into consideration.
Okay, so Didoy, I think you would like to add something.
Yeah, I just want to build on what Dr. Noor was saying earlier. I agree that we've seen it in the pre-employment medicals. There is such a limitation in screening for mental health situations. They are in a very different state. They're with their family, they're close to their home. It's very different when they're already in a different time zone, in a different weather and such and such. What we've also done, just to share some practices, is we got to educate them, prepare them while they're ashore, meaning we've done mental health sessions with our crew prior onboarding. For pre-departure orientation seminars, we include some tips on mental health, how to protect your mental health. We have done sessions how the officers on board could be able to recognize at least the signs and symptoms of an impending mental health crisis, and even teach them further how to do some psychological first aid and help our companies establish a protocol. Who do you gotta call? Which one goes first? Who do we inform? And again, awareness, access, and the ability to respond accordingly really helps a lot seafarers on board, especially on mental health situations.
Thank you, Didoy. Parani.
So to start with the example of sleep. So poor quality of sleep, it leads to cardiovascular issues. And so poor sleep spoils the health, but it also spoils the mental health. So the poor sleep leads to irritation, frustration, and loss of cognitive abilities. So you have very clear connections between poor physical health and poor mental health. Likewise with obesity, which is a significant problem with seafarers across all nationalities. So obesity also leads to cardiovascular issues, and it also leads to mental health issues such as depression. So there is a very clear connection. And of course, I started with sleep because one of the reasons besides the workload is using social media, and that cuts down on the sleeping time. And that's true for me also. I'm going to also plead guilty here that even I sometimes lose some of my sleep time because of social media. Of course, I try to be mindful, cut it down, but also I hope this message goes out to the seafarers.
Thank you, Parani. We all somehow lose control with social media. It's okay. You raised very important issues here. Thank you for all the interesting things that you said, but we need to wrap up our discussion, and let's think one thing that you would like to change, and that would have an immediate and profound impact on physical wellness. So what this thing would be and why, if you could change, if you could choose just one thing. Elizabeth?
What I would say is that to start bridging the breach, people ashore and on board, it's important because people communicate. It's about the culture on board and the culture ashore of the company and stakeholders. And for me, the most important thing is make people feel happy. Create environments where they are positive, inclusive, where seafarers feel valued, where they feel mentally healthy. And you know that when they are happy, when they feel happy, then they can communicate effectively, they can perform at their best, they can contribute to everything you want, and they will be ambassador of your company and bring more people to a healthy environment and a happy environment. So it's about physical health, it's about mental health, but it's about culture and values that exist in every different company because people talk to each other, they know who supports crews, others that do not do the basic things. And for me, the most important thing is to make them feel that they are members of the family and part of the family. And because they give part of their life and the time of their life to support the company and their families as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. William?
One of the challenges that we've seen, and it's taken me a bit of time to actually really get my head around some of the issues and the challenges, but one of the ones that we've seen is that we have the way the whole maritime environment is, and this is not everyone, but I would say this is the majority of the way it's set up. You have manning agents, you have owners, you have the ship managers, you have the seafarers in certain circumstances, particularly here in the US, you have the unions, that the relationship and that familiarity and that trying to promote a more collegial type of environment and take care of each other and they sing is a bit more of a challenge. It has its challenges, both on the mental, or particularly on the mental health side and the support and safety culture and the like. I find that a lot of times the stronger relationship is between the manning agent and the seafarer rather than the seafarer with the ship owner or ship operator. You have to work around that from time to time. I can see Captain Pirani's smiling, and I'm sure he has something to add on this issue. So yeah, we try to work around those challenges, and really it's great to have a safety culture, and that's what we promote. But we do see the challenges. There are different components and different ways in which that needs to be properly addressed. It's not just, hey, everybody on board the ship, let's all just get along. There are different contributing factors to that need to be properly addressed and considered.
Thank you, William. Parani?
Yes, so absolutely, like what Dr. Moore mentioned and what also Dr. Didoy alluded to earlier. So it's key to have good leadership. So good leadership on board will encourage other seafarers to eat right, to sleep right, to ensure that they are sleeping well, and then that they have time for exercise and the equipment for exercise. So this indeed, to have the culture of watching each other for their good health is key. Of course, separately, as to bring a separate point to close the panel. Since you have June 25th, the Day of the Seafarer, and you have June 21st is the International Yoga Day. So I'd like to, probably say this more than what is usually being said. I would also recommend that you add yoga, meditation, and breathing in your exercise routine. It complements other cardio exercises and other forms of exercise and gives a pretty good functional strength. So that I'd like to close with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Parani. And Didoy, what would you like to change?
We surveyed a few years ago 1,000 people on board the ships, and we asked them what influences your wellness on board. And one key top thing that came out is leadership. And I was talking to one seafarer and say, Doc, I'm having a hard time on board to be healthy. Why? Because my master or my leader on board, you know, he invites me to smoke with him. And the chief cook was saying, I proposed the menu, but the chief engineer and the captain doesn't like the menu, the healthy menu that I'm trying to do. They even tease me about it, and it affects my mental health. And leadership, everything rises and falls from leadership. I call on the industry, as mentioned by Dr. Moore, the ship owners, the managers, the manning agencies, us, the clubs, the providers, everybody. We need better, or we challenge ourselves to become better leaders, starting with ourselves.
The softer skills, what you're
softer skills, yeah, life skills, Dr.
Life
Moore.
skills.
Yeah, and I think we have more pills to take, meaning we get to have that bitter pill to say we need to practice what we preach, we need to walk the talk. After hearing this panel discussion, if you are an influencer or a leader, what can you do? What can you start implementing? What can you start revising, or at least review, take into heart? So I ask you, what will you do? What could be your first action plan after this hearing and participating in the session?
Thank you, Didoy. Elizabeth, yes.
Just to mention that as everyone said, is so important to understand that it's important to lead by example. And as Captain Parani said, if you don't exercise breathing techniques, which is so important, if you don't exercise mindfulness or meditation as a captain, as a master, or people do not follow you, will not do that. If you ignore or if you criticize these kind of things, or even mental health or physical health issues, then people will not follow. So it's important to lead by example and make others feel comfortable that you believe in all these things. It's a cultural thing and the mindset. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Let's close this discussion with a final message from you, a brief message, since, as Parani said, it's a day of seafarers. And what is your final message to seafarers and industry stakeholders? Parani?
So I'd also like to plug in that there is also the Safety for Sea presentation on yoga for seafarers. That's also going to come up along with this panel video. But I'd like to close by repeating what I said earlier. It's finally up to the seafarers, up to you and me, to take care of our own physical health. Nobody else can do it for us. We cannot get good physical health by managing illness with tablets. We have to have good physical health with exercise, diet, and sleep, and to do it consistently. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very good health.
Thank you, Parani. Elizabeth, a final brief message.
Just stakeholders recognize that it's important to create a supporting environment and positive work environment, that it's not just a moral obligation. It's also about a necessity, a strategic necessity, and for everyone, for seafarers, your contributions are invaluable, and your well-being is at our utmost priority. So take care of yourself, respect yourself, and speak out and speak up and ask for things so as to make a healthy and happy environment in general. Thank you for everyone for watching.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Didoy?
Everybody watching, please take care of yourself. We can lead by example as best as we could. There are things in our lives that we can improve further, especially for our health and well-being. So take care of yourself, but also let's take care of each other. We are interconnected more than we know it, more than we can recognize it. So I thank you also for participating in this panel, for listening to this, going up to the end. If you're hearing this, that means you're interested. And I hope that someday, one day, we reach to a point that we get to really have the results that we want. And let's go through the journey. Please, my body, my responsibility, but you, us, the community, is also our responsibility. Please continue to put crew health and well-being on the agenda and do some action plans to ensure that it is also moving, not just being talked about. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And William?
Being responsible for these matters within the club has been, my job for the last 20 years. I also have a bit more skin in the game. I have two sons who are sailors, one a second engineer, and second who's a third officer. I talk with them religiously when they're off about all the things that they have going on, and the challenges that they have between interpersonnel issues, mental health issues, operational contract, all the different things. And there are a lot of challenges out there for these, for those that see. And I have an incredible respect for all the challenges that seafarers have to address. I try to make sure that I try to recommend to our ship owner members, their support of you is the most important thing in the world. To protect you and the things that you need to do in order to make sure that people don't starve and they don't go and they don't freeze to death, so to speak. Move commercial trade and commerce worldwide and keep everyone fit. So all due respect to you, seafarers, and the best of luck. And it's been an honor to be on this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Thank you all. Thank you for your valuable perspectives and raising such important issues. Thank our viewers, of course, and stay tuned for more talks coming up next.
Welcome. Thank you for joining me today for this presentation, and thank you so much to Safety for Sea for inviting me to present today. My name is Dr. Penny Blackburn. I'm a consultant clinical psychologist and the founder and director of Waypoint Maritime. Waypoint Maritime is a unique kind of not-for-profit aiming to support the maritime industry to develop best practice for seafarer mental health and well-being. So I'd like to talk today a little bit about seafarer stress. And what I'd like to do is propose that we treat seafarer stress as a health and safety issue. We often hear that a life at sea is stressful, and there are many stressful aspects to a life at sea, and some of them, of course, can't be changed, like living and working away from home for several months at a time. We can't change that. There are other aspects of being a seafarer that I think can be changed or could be managed or mitigated better if we pay attention to them. So in this talk, I just want to think a little bit about seafarer stress, about the impact of stress, the danger of stress, and how we might go about treating it as a health and safety issue. I'm going to touch on stress risk assessment briefly, and also look at next steps and how you might take this forward if you as a company or an organization would like to do that. So the first thing I'm going to do is just share with you one study. It's just one study. There are others, of course, but this one has a high number of seafarers were surveyed. So about 21,000 seafarers across about 44 different companies. So that's quite unusual for mental health and well-being research in the maritime industry. So that's why I've chosen this study. It was done by Marine Benefits, which many of you may know as a crew health insurance company. They carried out a well-being survey. This is the second one that they've done. And the figures have stayed similar both times. What they found relating to seafarer stress is that on average, seafarers are scoring just below the cutoff point for high stress. They found that between about 53 and 66% of seafarers were scoring in that high stress range. And it tended to depend on rank. So about 66% of chief officers, for example, are scoring in that high stress range. But even amongst the lowest scorers, more than 50% of them were also scoring in a high stress range. That means that a lot of seafarers are struggling with high amounts of stress, high levels of stress on an ongoing basis. So this is problematic, and it's problematic not because stress in and of itself is necessarily a bad thing. So I don't want to suggest that all stress is bad. Stress can be helpful and can help us perform better. But the problem comes when it's prolonged and repeated or chronic stress. So when stress is prolonged or repeated, then it contributes to a wide range of physical and mental health problems. So, for example, some serious health problems, heart disease, weakened immune system, meaning that we get sick more frequently and more often. We get frequent minor health problems, physical aches and pains, diabetes, gastrointestinal problems, digestive problems, high blood pressure, all kinds of physical health problems. But it's also implicated and contributes to a wide range of mental health problems as well. So things like burnout, behavioural issues like anger and irritability, which can contribute to problems of bullying and harassment, problems like depression and anxiety. People who are highly stressed and chronically stressed are much more likely to suffer with depression and anxiety, sleep problems, fatigue. And of course, all those issues are very much implicated in increased accidents and injuries on board. So it really is a safety issue. Now, like all health and safety is about preventing harm, tackling the risks to health and trying to prevent the harm that might come from those risks. And how do we go about that? Well, effective stress management is always about a two-sided approach. So on the one hand, we want to tackle the causes of stress, and on the other hand, we need to ensure that people have good coping strategies, resilience, and so on. So we can support seafarers with the tools for coping with stress, things like training, self-help tools, ensuring that there's adequate hours of work and of rest and facilities for rest and relaxation, facilities for exercise and good nutrition and all those things that help seafarers cope with stress. But we can't just keep adding on more and more and more pressure onto any system, even a mechanical system or a human system, it doesn't matter. The more pressure, if we just keep adding pressure and adding pressure, we can't expect the system to fare well over the long term. We would expect problems to happen. So we need to look at the causes of stress. We need to tackle the causes of stress before they lead to ill health, and so that we can prevent the harm that might come from it. We need to identify those risks and stresses, and we need to manage and mitigate them. So my proposal is that we do a risk assessment, a stress risk assessment, the same way that we would do for any health and safety issue. What we do in a risk assessment is to identify the risks. So in this context for stress, we would identify the causes of stress. What are the stressors? Once we've managed to identify the stressors, we can work out which are the ones that could potentially be changed or mitigated or managed more effectively. And then we put together an action plan to look to make changes where changes can be made, to reduce the stresses, to eliminate them or mitigate against them. Of course, if we put together that action plan, we implement changes, then we need to measure the impact. So we can do a baseline stress assessment, and we can do an impact measurement as well. And over time, aim for continuous improvement. Now, this can be done. Often people think about doing risk assessments. It's a paper-based exercise. But when we're looking at stress risk assessment, it's really important that we involve seafarers. So it could just start as a paper-based exercise, but it must include seafarers to ensure that the risks that we're identifying, the stresses that we're identifying, are the ones that seafarers would identify themselves. And often they have great ideas for things that could be changed and ways that could be managed more effectively to reduce those stresses that they're under. So my suggestion is that we collaborate with seafarers over doing the risk assessment. So how can you put that into practice? Now, if you want any further advice and information about doing this, at Waypoint Maritime, we'd be really happy to help. So we have subject matter expertise around psychological well-being generally and stress management in particular, as well as psychometric and psychological assessment. So if you just want some advice and help and support in doing your stress risk assessment, we can offer that. We can work with you to actually carry out the risk assessment, and often having a third party doing this kind of assessment can inspire more confidence in the process because it can be done more confidentially. And so you might get more reliable results about identifying the risks and stresses. So we can help with an independent assessment of the risks. It's not a one-size-fits-all, so your operational context will make a big difference as to what those stresses are. If you, for example, have a fleet of super yachts, the stresses there will be entirely different from a stresses on a tanker. So it needs to be unique to your operational context, although there'll be some global factors that might apply to different types of contexts. There will be specific stresses that you can look at within your own operational context. So we can also help with looking at that with you, collaborating with you on that, and coming up with tailored recommendations for action. We can support with baseline and impact psychometric stress measurement and assessment. And of course, we can also look at tools and training, self-help materials for supporting seafarer stress management, coping and resilience. The other thing, of course, we can offer is individual assessment and therapeutic support and return to work assessment if that's helpful. So that's it from me today. Thank you so much for listening. I do hope you found something useful there. Please come to our website and have a look where you'll find lots more information about stress risk assessment. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris Hall. I'm the Managing Director of the American P&I Club in Hong Kong. I'm delighted to be here today to take part in Safety for Sea's Crew Welfare Week with my presentation entitled Smooth Sailing, Enhancing Team Performance and Well-Being Through Psychological Safety. I think all of us who are leaders, we want to enhance our team's performance and our well-being. And I found that psychological safety is a very interesting topic to look at these goals. Hope you agree. But first of all, let's look at what it is. The Center for Creative Leadership defines it as the belief that you won't be punished or humiliated for speaking up with ideas, questions, concerns, or mistakes. Psychological safety at work is a shared expectation held by members of a team that teammates will not embarrass, reject, or punish them for sharing ideas, taking risks, or soliciting feedback. The whole idea of psychological safety was pioneered by Harvard Business School professor Amy Edmondson back in the late 1990s. She wrote a seminal paper on the subject in 1999 and then published a best-selling business book in 2018 entitled The Fearless Organization. She didn't set out to be an expert on psychological safety. She was looking at how teams perform, but she had a theory that the best teams would make fewer mistakes. What she found in some of her early research was that the best teams actually made more mistakes. And this was kind of a confounding, strange finding for her. So she dug into it and thought a bit more about it and then researched and validated the idea that actually this was correct. They did make more mistakes, but when they made mistakes, the teams were open about it. They shared them up and down the line from the top to the bottom and the bottom to the top. And that ultimately led to better outcomes. And she was looking at surgical medical teams. So, you might have a doctor and a nurse, and if the nurse felt empowered and safe to speak up to the doctor, that led to better health outcomes in that context. But it was really Google in 2012 with their Project Aristotle that made psychological safety much more common in business circles. They looked at 180 of their teams comprising 37,000 employees and looking at what enabled team effectiveness and what made a good team. And what they found was psychological safety was the single most important factor. They looked at a lot of different possible factors for success, and they settled on 5 main ones, which were dependability, structure and clarity, meaning of the work, impact of the work, and psychological safety. Again, psychological safety was deemed the most important factor. The teams that had high psychological safety allowed members to take more risks, both social risks, but also more risk perhaps in a business context, because they were open and with each other, and they weren't afraid of negative consequences from their team members or their bosses. And again, it shows that making mistakes is okay, because that's how we learn and improve. Amy Edmondson also uses the idea of failing well, or failing quicker, right? If you're going to fail, better to do it in a good way where you learn from it and move on than to stick with it or learn it much later. More definitions by Amy Edmondson herself. She calls it a belief that one will not be punished or humiliated for speaking up with ideas, questions, concerns, or mistakes. She's also described it as the ability to bring your full self to work. Dr. Tim Clark, who's written a book on the subject, has described it as a culture of rewarded vulnerability, where culture is how we interact at the workplace, reward is the reinforced positive behavior, and vulnerability is risk-taking in social, financial, or political contexts. Sometimes I think it's nice to understand something by understanding what it is not. And what it is not, what psychological safety is not, is a shield from accountability. It's not coddling. It actually could be the opposite of that. It might encourage tough, candid exchanges. It's not consensus decision-making or democracy within an organization. It's not a political ideology or just rhetorical reassurance. And it's also not just policy statements. You might have a policy statement about how people are supposed to behave or about psychological safety, but it's not good enough just to have written down. It needs to be executed and lived within the organization, within the team. So psychologically safe teams are comfortable with each other, able to exchange ideas, make mistakes, and share openly. And again, this goes up and down, right? It goes from the senior people down the chain and the junior people up the chain. This free flow of ideas allows for the better ideas to come forward or the mistakes to happen earlier or in a way that everybody can learn from it. All of this leads to better team effectiveness and well-being. The well-being and the effectiveness both attract diversity. Diversity and inclusion itself are ways to lead to better outcomes, business and otherwise, and also better retention and talent attraction. That's a whole separate subject, but I've referred to Dr. Kathy Phillips in her work, and particularly her article about how diversity makes us smarter. And that's what leads to better impact in business and other contexts, including physical safety, including safety on ships and elsewhere. So again, you have better information exchange, which mitigates the issues that come with hierarchy, especially important in high-risk industries like shipping, aviation, and medicine. There's a lot of pioneering research on loss prevention and safety in the context of aviation, also within shipping. One of the more famous aviation, or actually space examples, was with the Challenger, the space shuttle that exploded in 1986. Some of you who are old enough might remember that 73 seconds after takeoff, the space shuttle just exploded, shocking everybody who was watching it live on television back then, killing the 7 people aboard. Of course, this led to a large investigation as to what happened. The immediate physical cause was bad O-rings in the fuel containers, and they malfunctioned because it was a particularly cold morning that day. What was also revealed, which goes to the human layer, is that there were engineers within NASA who knew about this. They knew about the problem. They were actually worried about it, but they didn't speak up, or they didn't speak up enough. So had they done that, had they felt safe to speak up, we might not have lost the Challenger that day. And of course, this kind of example plays out in other aviation and in shipping. I think many seafarers have probably heard the phrase, if you see something, say something, right? If you see something that's problematic, say something. But if you're afraid that you're going to be criticized or made fun of or blamed when you see something and say something, you might not. So it's important that there be a psychologically safe environment to allow for that free flow of ideas. In safety critical environments, psychological safety is a necessity. It's not a luxury. But there are challenges in making this happen. McKinsey found a few years back that 89% of leaders recognize the importance of creating a safe and respectful work environment, but only 15% of leaders actually succeed in creating such an environment. So we have a 74% gap between the recognized importance and the ability to deliver psychological safety. There's a big link between workplace culture and psychological safety. It's actually 100%. This shouldn't be a big surprise. If you have a toxic work culture based on fear and blame, you're going to have people who are fearful, and that will lead to a low psychological safety work environment. So psychological safety starts at the top and is ideally intentional, not just because the team happens to have or is lucky enough to have a nice person at the top. This is something that needs to be recognized and cultivated. So coming to leadership, it's considered very ineffective fear-based leadership. Why is that? Well, what is the number one variable for team performance? As we discussed earlier, it's psychological safety. What is the number one variable for psychological safety? It's the leader of the team. So if you have a leader of the team who uses fear and intimidation and is macho and can't be wrong and has to be right about everything, that's not conducive to psychological safety. Those methods and that approach undermines team cohesion, performance, and well-being, and may lead to burnout and other problems. Fear may lead to short-lived, seemingly positive outcomes, or so we may be tempted to think, but it's not sustainable over time. That's what the modern research suggests over and over again. So how do we go about transforming our workplace culture, whether it's on a ship or in an office? Again, leadership is crucial. The leadership must really care about psychological safety. In this way, it's a little bit like cybersecurity or diversity and inclusion. While those may be executed by, for instance, the IT department or by the HR department, they won't be executed. They won't even be seen as important if the leadership at the top doesn't make it an important priority, doesn't fund it, doesn't prioritize it in all the ways that leaders can. So leaders need to be involved in this to make it happen. They have to define a clear and shared understanding of psychological safety. They have to set expectations. For instance, no personal attacks, no put down insult culture. Related to this is what is tolerated is encouraged. So if a leader sees somebody making fun of somebody for a supposedly silly question, right, that will happen time and again. The leader needs to stop that and make it part of the team culture or the company culture. So the leader needs to live and enforce the expectations here. What else can an organization or a team do? They may need to look into their company or team culture, right? Every culture, every company has a culture. Some of those cultures go way back, so-called legacy cultures, and that may not be unhelpful. It might be based on leadership techniques from 100 years ago. Those need to be understood, identified, and then unlearned in order to move forward in a more psychologically safe way. So you need to look at the habits that create the norms and the norms then that create the cultures and address all of that. You need to reward vulnerability, recognize it, and reinforce it. Again, instead of somebody saying, well, that's a silly question, the policy should be no silly questions or no silly comments, right? Who knows what made the Challenger engineers afraid to speak up? Maybe it's because somebody spoke up earlier and got blamed or was made fun of or, you know, otherwise made to feel bad. Some practical advice from Amy Edmondson on the subject in her book is that the leader should set the stage. They should name the challenges, ask for ideas, and ask for help. So this is kind of, as I say in the next bit, flipping the script on our kind of stereotypical idea of leadership. Instead of the leader telling everybody what to do and the leader knowing everything, the leader in this context is actually humble and going to the various team members, including the junior ones, and saying, listen, this is what we're working on. What do you think? What do you think about this problem? What are your ideas? This is how the good ideas can be elicited, and it can also encourage and empower everybody in the team to speak up and to feel that their ideas are valued and that they won't be made to feel silly or bad if they're not. So the leader should be curious and encourage feedback. Very importantly, anonymous surveys. This is one of the best things that any team or any company can do. Conduct anonymous surveys that have to be really anonymous to find and address the fears within the team. Basically, if there is fear, found in the surveys, then there is a lack of psychological safety and therefore an opportunity to improve. So this is really important. It's a little bit of a tricky thing, perhaps, because sometimes leaders don't want to know the answers to these anonymous surveys, right? Or they might want to know, but they might be fearful that the board might think the leaders, are doing a bad job if the results don't come out as rosy as hoped for. But it's super important to do this. This is the way to get it done. And here in the American Club, we've been doing anonymous surveys recently, and I'm pleased to say that in Hong Kong, we generally come out as a happy, harmonious team and office. But we have found a couple things that require attention. So not everything was perfect, and that was a good finding because we didn't know about it, and maybe we would not have found out about it if it weren't for the anonymous surveys. So that's really important, anonymous surveys. So my final questions: does fear exist in your organization? And if so, how and why, and what do you think would make your workplace feel safer? And I've got a little screenshot from the Google guide here, and they've got some interesting questions. This is publicly available. For instance, do all team members feel comfortable brainstorming in front of each other? Do all team members feel they can fail openly, or will they feel shunned? So there's a lot of work to do here, given that 74% gap, but I hope that we can all take the challenge and make our respective teams much more psychologically safe. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today we will be discussing the crucial topic of seafarer well-being, focusing on insights from the Well-being Footprint Survey and introducing our new product, the Ocean 4 package. This package is designed to enhance seafarers' mental health through psychosocial risk assessments. First, let us see what the research says, because the maritime industry has long grappled with the well-being of its seafarers. A study conducted in 2022 by Marine Benefits found that 28% of seafarers are experiencing depression and 24% anxiety. In 2023, 18% of seafarers who contacted ICE1's helpline about their mental health were experiencing family or relationship issues. These included difficulties in relationships with partners and anxiety about relatives who are unwell. Isolation and homesickness were also among the causes of mental health issues for seafarers, demonstrating the impact of the remote nature of working at sea. Finally, 16% of seafarers who raised mental health challenges in 2023 were experiencing abuse, bullying, harassment, discrimination, or violence. The Seafarers' Happiness Index identifies several critical issues, including poor living and working conditions, overwhelming workloads, limited access to fitness facilities, compromised meal quality, and concerns over fair pay and job security. These factors contribute to the growing reluctance among young people to pursue careers at sea. And so all the issues seen in the seafaring industry led IMEX Center to conduct the Well-Being Footprint Survey, engaging 892 seafarers across various vessel types. This survey aimed to explore well-being policies on board ships and provide a comprehensive understanding of seafarers' mental health and quality of life. The survey results indicate an average score of 79%, reflecting a generally positive perception of workplace well-being among seafarers. High satisfaction areas include clarity of duties, job meaningfulness, and optimism about future work. However, there are notable areas for improvement, such as return to work policies, healthy food choices, and the need for regular psychosocial risk assessments. So, the high satisfaction areas include seafarers reporting high satisfaction in regards to the clarity of their duties and responsibilities, the meaningfulness of their work, and their optimism about future opportunities. These findings highlight the importance of clear communication and a sense of purpose in enhancing seafarer well-being. Despite the positive aspects, though, the survey reveals significant areas needing attention. These include implementing comprehensive return to work policies, offering healthier food, and conducting regular assessments to manage psychosocial risks and stress. So what's the solution? The solution is a tool that identifies workplace stressors and gives the companies the opportunity to address those issues with the help of the IMEC team. To address these challenges, we are excited to introduce the Ocean 4 package, a comprehensive psychosocial risk assessment tool for seafarers. This package includes validated tests that seafarers complete anonymously, of course ensuring their privacy and encouraging honest feedback. Ocean 4 provides companies with a detailed report, allowing them to compare performance and psychosocial risks within their fleet. The package offers tailor-made suggestions based on results. Finally, we recommend assessments to be conducted twice a year to ensure ongoing support and improvement. The psychosocial risk assessment inventory involves a series of tools that assesses 16 primary stressors in the work environment and personal well-being, specifically on board a vessel. The psychosocial risk assessment was developed in accordance with the standards of ISO 45003-2021, and the scope of the assessment is to identify and analyze workplace risk factors that could potentially harm the psychological health and safety of the seafarers. So what do we assess? We assess the S from the ESG guidelines, or in other words, we assess workload balance, job control, management support, peer support, work relationships, job role, workplace changes, organizational support, job engagement, job development and financial security, bullying and harassment, civility and respect, physical environment satisfaction, protective equipment satisfaction, organizational cultural satisfaction, and finally, burnout and personal well-being. So the assessment is conducted to onboard seafarers via our innovative AI-based platform, and it takes only 15 minutes to complete. It is important to highlight that all answers are anonymous in order to get accurate and honest responses. So once all crew has completed the assessment and the report becomes available, the report has been created based on the needs of our clients who have been fully involved in the creation of this product, offering valuable feedback. What makes this tool unique is the data gathered and analyzed in order to provide the maritime companies with an overall risk degree of the company and each vessel separately. And finally, through the report, the IMEC team of psychologists offers next steps and suggestions based on the results. So the benefits of Ocean 4 are manifold. It enhances the understanding of seafarers' psychosocial risks. It provides data-driven insights for targeted interventions. and ultimately, it improves the mental health and well-being of seafarers. And this leads to strengthened company policies, increased job satisfaction, and higher retention rates. So in conclusion, the Well-Being Footprint Survey by IMEX Center and the Ocean 4 package serve as calls to action for the maritime industry to prioritize the mental health and overall well-being of its seafarers. By addressing the identified areas for improvement, we can significantly enhance seafarers' quality of life and make the maritime profession more appealing for future generations. Thank you for your attention, and I hope this presentation has provided valuable insights into the well-being challenges faced by seafarers and the steps we can take to improve their quality of life.
Good day to everyone, and welcome to my presentation. I am Terrei Michela, and I'm working in EMA as job psychologist, particular in the well-being campaign of our crew. So today, what I would like to do is to talk about some new coping tool when we talk about stress. In fact, we all know that working at sea is associated with a heavy physical and mental demand. And work on ship is one of the most dangerous jobs in the world. All harmful and hazardous factors affect seafarers during their work and their spare time. When there is a discrepancy between the demand of the work environment and an individual resource, the so-called work-related stress or strain may occur. So today we will focus on some additional tools that we can put in place to preserve the physical and mental health of our crew. Okay. So we can start from understanding, first of all, what is stress, even if we all experience stress in our daily routine. The real definition of stress was given by Saley in the 1936, and it is a non-specific reaction of the body to any demand made upon it. This definition is a foundation to understand the physiological impact of the activation of the automatic nervous system on our body. So only to give some number, we can say that, for example, in America, 70% of adults refer that in the last month experienced some physical or mental symptoms connected with stress, only to give an idea of the proportion of the phenomenon all around the world. The cost of stress in the world business is very high. If we think, for example, that in America, $300 billion every year are the cost of absenteeism, turnover, decreased productivity, and medical condition connected with stress. Talking about seafarers, this is a real recent study about the stress symptoms among seafarers. And as you can see here, we can have symptoms that can have a big impact in the performance, on the cognitive performance of our crew on board. For example, 25% of seamen say that for caused by stress, They are hypervigilant. They feel anxious. They feel depressed. And they can have also some symptoms connected with the PTSD disorder. So something that can really have a big impact in the safety and in the performance of the ship. The impact of stress is also a problem when we talk about career sustainability during the life of our seamen. In fact, we all know that seafaring profession is essential to the global trade, with over 90% of the world goods transported by sea. Seafarers play a crucial role in maintaining the flow of these goods and for the stability and the growth of economics worldwide. However, the nature of their work and all the stressors that they are obliged to face with create a sort of big challenge. And their physical condition, the lack of social opportunities, the distance from family are all factors that may cause seafarers to leave their current jobs. And this is a problem for the retention and the sustainability of the shipping industry in the future. Considering that the process of leaving and joining the ship are much more costly and difficult compared to the process of leaving and recruitment of land-based professions, the retention of talented employees who can fulfill such a challenging profession is essential for all the shipping company. The good news is that we do have some stress management intervention that could be useful to manage and prevent what we call burnout, and so what can cause seafarers to leave their job. We can have, for example, some psychometric instrument useful in the evaluation of the level of stress response in the seafarers, such as, for example, the General Health Questionnaire or the Perceived Stress Scale. We can also create a mindfulness program. We know that mindfulness is an ancient technique that is used especially in the recognizing of the effect of physical impact of stress on our body. We can learn how to reduce our frequency of breath or our tension on the muscle, and it can be done everywhere, especially on board during the long voyage that our seafarers face. We can also introduce the psychological first aid technique. This is a sort of peer support. We can train seafarers in dealing with the people in crisis. In this way, we can create individuals that are capable to help people in distress. But today I would like to focus in the biofeedback evaluation. So biofeedback is the collecting of data with sensor in our body that give us information about our own response to stressors. We can measure the heart rate, the breath frequency, the skin conductance, and all this data can create in us a sort of awareness in how our body reacts, physiologically speaking, to stress. We can learn how self-regulate this response, and we can easy customize intervention in individuals that are an hyper response to stress, using some biofeedback assisted relaxation training. The first step to do is to create a physiological profile, because everyone has a unique way to answer to the stressors of our life. So what we do is a first initial monitoring of the baseline of each individual. Then we create some stressor during the measurement of the physiological data, and we observe also the rest period. It means the time that the individual need to come back to the baseline. We can have three main types of profile in each individual. The first stress response is what we call stair-stepping. It means that after each stressor, there is an increasing in the physiological response of to the stress. And it can mean that the person, the individual, has a chronic stress response. Another profile can be the flat response to stress. It means that after each stressor, during each stressor, the individual doesn't show any physiological change. It can mean that the individual is hyper-controlled, or it's present a task devaluation, or there is a certain medical condition that have an impact in the physiological response. And the third profile is the normal activation. That is the activation during the stressor, but after that, a sort of normal coming back to the baseline after the stress end. So how can biofeedback really help? We can teach the crew in understanding the response to stress. It's easy, with the help of technology and certain tool, we can shape the response to the stress, adjusting the performance of our crew during the training with biofeedback. We can generalize the learning during the biofeedback training in the normal daily life and the routine on board, transferring the new learning in different contexts. This is a way to reinforce the skill, the individual skill of our crew, and we can really obtain behavioral change that can be effective on board, especially in stressful situations when they are alone and far from professional support. It is a way to really empower our crew in the acquisition of some technique to self-regulate themselves. My final consideration is that stress management intervention is indispensable nowadays, because with stress management intervention, we can improve the physical health of our crew in the long time, avoiding disruption in some physical condition. We can enhance the mental health of the crew, creating new soft skills, new way to approach a stressful event. And the final goal that we want to obtain is to empower the self-efficacy of our crew, boost their confidence and self-control, trying to teach them how to work on their personal well-being while they are at sea.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us on the Safety for Sea Crew Welfare Week Mental Wellness Panel. I'm your moderator, Captain V.S. Parani, Master Mariner, currently VP Marine at Tufton. I'm also the author of Golden Stripes, Leadership on the High Seas, and have my own podcast as well. Our esteemed guests today are Dr. Penny Blackburn, Director and Consultant Clinical Psychologist at Waypoint Maritime CIC, Mrs. Carleen Jupp, CEO, International Maritime Rescue Federation, Mrs. Alexandra Kaloulis, Managing Director, IMEC Center, and Mrs. Esge Guen Kale, Clinical Chief Officer, Mental Health Support Solutions. Mental wellness involves maintaining a positive outlook, fostering strong interpersonal connections, managing stress effectively, and seeking support when needed to navigate the demands of life at sea. We need skills, tools, and support to manage the ups and downs of life and the state of mental health. So now we'll go to our experts, and I'd like to start by asking our panelists to first define mental health. Like we have parameters such as blood pressure for physical health, can we measure or assess mental health? Penny, would you like to start? Penny, you're muted, sorry.
I'll start if nobody else wants to. So yes, I mean, mental health, as I'm sure you're aware, we define mental health in the positive. So when we're talking about mental health, we're thinking about health. But it's very much a holistic concept. So often when we're talking about mental health, we're talking about the whole range of mental health and well-being. It's about our current state of well-being and our ability to function effectively in life. So at work, at life, in our relationships, and so on. And yes, of course, there's ways that we can measure mental health. And I'm sure others will talk about that as well. A lot of measurement of mental health is around subjective self-report. And so, I'm sure we'll be going into much more detail about it as we go on.
Thank you. Carleen, how do you define mental health?
I mean, I think similar to Penny, but I think also, as Penny touched on, I think I'd like to draw out slightly. It's about how we can cope with normal stresses in life. I mean, life, as we all know, is a journey. It's full of ups and downs, but it's how we can cope with those and work productively and fruitfully and enable to make a contribution to our community and also our workplace. And following on from that, how can we measure or assess mental health? I mean, within the search and rescue community, for example, we've seen examples of where organisations in their welcome handbooks have implemented toolkits on how you can do this, for example. So as Penny touched on, it's about being in tune with yourself and assessing yourself. So for example, are you able to sleep well? Are you not sleeping well? Are there things that are keeping you up at night? Are you able to regulate your emotions as you, in inverted commas, would be able to normally do? Or at the moment, do you feel anxious? And they're all indicators of how you're feeling. And in some cases, they may also be indicators of where you may be able to need to seek extra help.
Thank you. Alexandra, could you add some more color to that? And also, if you can comment on, is it a steady state or does it go up and down?
Yeah, sure. I think we pretty much covered the definition of mental health. And because it is part of a bigger picture, as the ancient Greeks used to say, nous iis and somatia, which is an ancient Greek saying that translates that in order for the mind to be healthy, the body needs to be healthy too. So we'll give you an example of how these two are interconnected. We had an incident a few months back where one of our seafarers who was just going on board had a psychotic episode. There was no previous history of mental health disorder, nor the screening that he took, the IMEX screening, gave an alarm. However, we did find out that he had just removed a kidney, and he went on board the vessel. No one knew of his condition because he hadn't mentioned it in his PME. And apparently, he got severe stress and anxiety that led to a psychotic episode. So yes, it does change. It all has to do with set and setting, if you ask me. And of course, the set and setting are very different when you're on board the vessel. And you yourself, I'm sure you know because you were on board vessels. I don't know, but I do have experience, knowledge from what I see, the screenings and the help that we give to people on board. Now, on a further note, to answer to the previous to the question, the initial question, I think a combination of self-reporting tools, such as the standardized IMEX screening tools that we have, clinical diagnostic tools, and observational methods can provide a comprehensive and holistic picture of an individual's mental health. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. Guen, can you also, elaborate further whether mental health is an internal thing, or is it external, or a combination of both? In the sense, is it something because of a loss of a kidney, or is there also external factors that come into play here?
Yeah, I will explain that part with some examples. So, for example, mental health. Let's imagine this as a kind of a spectrum. It doesn't, in a sense, exist, but by the way, it's different for everyone. But let's imagine this spectrum. One side of the spectrum is healthy, and the other side is unhealthy. It's like a real life. There will be good days and bad days. However, when your daily life stress starts to be impacted by your thoughts and your behaviors, that's when we need to be careful. Let me give an example. If you imagine this spectrum on those days or over a period of time, when you can deal with daily life, when you feel things are getting harder and you are feeling tired, it's hard to focus, it's hard to deal with it, it's the point that's really important. And we should aware some things with mental health, it's not going that great. Secondly, about the physical part, if we can measure like a blood pressure, yes and no, actually. Yes, there are measures my colleague already talked about through a combination of subjective self-reports, for example, clinical interviews, standardized questionnaires, for example, depression, anxiety, stress scale, general health questionnaire. Many of these things can provide insights into people's mental health status. However, blood pressure is something that necessarily changes, not necessarily changes so quickly. For example, if you have a stable life and routine, if you eat and do similar things every week, your blood pressure will have similar value. So similar circumstances will bring similar results. But not for mental health. It's completely different. You can have similar circumstances during the day, but you can still have different results of mental health. People can feel more stress or less stress because there are so much things to consider when it comes to mental health, emotional, behavior, social aspect, cognitive aspects. So let's give me a quick, simple example to make it more clear. After a very bad mistake happened at work, you are back at home, you are had a bad day, very stressful. You entered your home, your partner came, cooked something for you and says exactly what you need to hear. Listen, honey, we all got these kind of mistakes. We all did these kind of mistakes. But these mistakes are the things that why I love you so much, because those are making you as you are. So these kind of supports can change your mental health drastically, the support that you will take from loved one. Thank you.
Thank you, Gwen. And I want to...
Can I follow up on the question you just asked about it being internal and external and what sort of impacts on mental health? Generally around the world, we have an understanding of mental health according to what we call the biopsychosocial model. And that means that there is a combination of factors that affect our mental health at any one time. So biological factors, psychological factors, and social factors. So for biological factors, we might be thinking about our physical health, genetics, for example, our gut health, our microbiome, the chemicals that are going around in our bodies, these kinds of things. Psychological aspects are things like the coping strategies that you've learned, your beliefs and your attitudes, the way that you have come to understand the world, and how that influences your approach to issues on a day-to-day basis. And then you have social factors, which are very wide-ranging, from things like the living conditions and the working conditions that you're in, the stresses that you face on a day-to-day basis, your social support network, your relationships, and so on. And so there's a really complex interaction of all these different kinds of factors that influence your day-to-day mental health. So it's not a very simple, straightforward kind of connection. But for example, Alexandra's example about the psychosis is something where there is a genetic predisposition, and we know that people may not ever have an episode of psychosis. You may not see that until there's particular stresses in life. So the example she gave is a very good example of that, where a major stressor in this person's life has triggered a first episode of psychosis where that hasn't been apparent in the past. So it's a good example of that biological, psychological, and social factors interacting.
Thank you, Penny. That was actually going to be my next question, but thanks for answering it in advance. So out of these three, I guess you can only detect biological factors to some extent.
No, you can detect all of those things. So because there's so many and varied, you can look at all of those different things. But in terms so it depends what you mean by detect. You can look at stressors, for example, which would probably come under the social factors. So you can look at the day-to-day stressors that people are under, and you can imagine that that might put a certain amount of pressure on people. But that will be moderated by the kinds of things that Gervin was just talking about, you know, your social relationships, whether you have support, whether you have somebody to talk to about the stresses that you've been facing, or whether you're isolated and on your own, or in a difficult relationship, for example, which might add further pressure. So this is how these issues all are really interconnected and interrelate. So yeah, I don't know whether that answers your question, but yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Penny. And that actually, and we'll dig deeper into this as we go along. But before we go further, and very often it's people want to see who we are and then our message. So I'd like to start by asking the questions: how do you personally cope up with the stresses? What do you do to preserve your own mental health? Carleen, if you can start.
Yeah, sure. So for me, I have quite a demanding life. I'm the CEO of the IMRF, and I also have two little children who are 5 and 8. So my life is probably on some daily level quite stressful, just juggling and balancing all the different demands and needs. And I travel quite a lot with my job as well, but I also want to be very present as a parent to my children. So how do I balance my own and preserve my own mental health? I've taken up running because I find that by running, I I run about 3-4 times a week with my dog, just short runs where I live. And it's a way that I can integrate some exercise quite easily into my schedule. I go out for about 30, sometimes 30, 40 minutes in the morning. But it also gives me time to clear my head, think about things, as well as from a chemical point of view, releasing endorphins, which is really good, which if I'm thinking about a problem at work, or maybe I'm thinking about how I talk to my children about something, and it gives me that kind of energy boost and that lift and that kind of, when I come back from a run, I feel, yeah, I can do this. I can get through the day, or I can talk to my children about this. So that's how I've kind of at the moment preserved my own mental health. And also I try to have an early night as much as possible. I find sleeping really helps, and having 7 to 8 hours a night, kind of, I often wake up and I just feel refreshed and better as well. So that's what I do.
Thanks, Carleen. Running is always a good idea.
Yeah.
Alexandra, would you like to share your secrets? I think you're muted.
Well, okay, sorry. So believe it or not, the number one thing for me, I'd say, is breathing. Breathing, which becomes part of breath work and meditation that I do on a daily basis every single morning. And I started a couple of years ago, and I do see a huge difference in my perspective. Part of it, there's a technique called grounding, where you connect with your surroundings and planet Earth, and it goes on and on and on. I'm not an expert, so I cannot get into more details, but I do believe grounding, meditation, and breath work are, for me, the number one thing. Yeah.
Thank you. Gwen?
Okay. I think most important thing that I'm doing is to engage regular physical exercise, not running, but other stuff. Also having a healthy diet, including lots of vegetables, but also, like Caroline, sleep. Sleep is very important to me. And I'm trying to be ensure that I'm getting enough sleep. On the weekends, I mostly spend my time with my friends, having long walks in nature, helping a lot. Or every Sunday, I'm trying to go to horse riding. That's also helping a lot. So my social environment and my friends are one of the most important parts of my life. However, yes, of course, I have stressful situation like every person. And when I have this situation, I have difficulties to adjust myself to it, right? And what I'm doing is I'm trying to bring the problem into more smaller steps that I can manage better. And also I seek support from my own psychologist, from my colleagues, from my friends, from my supervisor. And also sometimes I do use these therapy strategies that I'm using with my clients to myself to reframe my negative thoughts. And I think all of those things that I count all together, they are helping me to keep my mental health safe and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you. Penny, would you like to share?
Sure. I mean, I think for me, there's a whole kind of range of things that I might do. I'm struck in some of the things that everybody is saying that so many of those things, like exercise, running, seeing friends, horse riding, these kinds of things are not available to seafarers, are they? And so I think at different times in my life, I've gone in different directions with coping, and I've worked a lot in the humanitarian sector in high risk environments where you're not allowed to leave. You live and work with the same people. You're not allowed outdoors, and you're there for several months at a time in a high risk kind of situation. And my coping strategies when I'm there are quite different than the coping strategies I'm able to use when I'm at home and living and working on shoreside in this context. And so a number of years ago, I wrote a self-help guide for seafarers, or a series of them. One was called Psychological Wellbeing at Sea, and one was called sleeping well, and managing stress at sea, or something like that. And what I tried to do in those was take the received wisdom about how we can support our own mental health and well-being, how we can implement coping strategies, but try to look at them through a seafarer lens and what's actually available to people when they're away at sea. And so when you can't go out with friends and family, or you can't communicate easily, what can you do? And so for me, for example, being able to write when I haven't got the opportunity to talk to people, that helps me a lot. I love rock climbing. If I can go rock climbing, that's brilliant. But if I'm stuck in an environment where I can't go out and climb a rock, then actually I need to find something else. So using other flow activities like creative activities, and making sure I take things with me that I can use to decompress and enjoy my time, that kind of thing. So it sort of depends partly on the context for me that I'm living and working in at the time. Yeah.
Thank you. So again, I'm going to pull the thread on what you said about many of the things that we do, such as rock climbing or horse riding. It's not available to seafarers on the ship. So what do you think, or let's say, what have you learned from the research findings about the special mental health issues that seafarers face, both on board and ashore? So could I start with Gwen on this one?
Yeah, absolutely. So as a nature of their job, like Penny said, they face unique mental health challenges, such as isolation, long periods away from family, or they don't have a chance to horse riding on a vessel or rock climbing, right? And they are working in high-risk environment compared to the jobs that we have on land. And from our data from 24/7 hotline of us indicates that higher rates of depression, anxiety, and substance abuse among seafarers compared to the general population. Many seafarers are reaching out to us because of family problems happening in their houses, and we know they cannot be immediately in their house to help their family. In addition to this, sexual harassment and bullying cases are increasing. I think it's because people are now more open to speaking up about this topic compared to the past years. So I believe it was also high in the past years, but we were not hearing so often like today's. However, recent trends, let's talk about this. I think it's showing that there's a growing recognition about these issues, and I'm very happy about it. And I think there will be more initiation focus more on providing mental health support and reducing stigma. I can also see these effects of this recognition of mental health on our work. More and more companies are reaching out to us, and not only the European companies, but now Asian countries like Turkey, India, China, Japan, they have started to give more importance to this topic. And it's making me happy and giving me a hope for the future in the maritime industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Gwen. Alexandra, would you like to add to this? What are the special, let's say, additional stresses for seafarers? Sorry, you have to unmute.
I think I would agree that lack of sleep, loneliness, and fatigue are the top 3 stressors that we have on board. Of course, there are many more. I mean, the noise when you have to sleep, leadership that we're going to discuss later on, communication issues. There are a lot of issues that we see. That's true. In regards to research, because we do research as well ourselves, and I was reading a little bit about other research studies done, and I found one interesting, which was done in 2022 by Samantha Brooks and Neil Greenberg. Yeah, and it talks about the risk factors for poor mental health among seafarers, which appear to be younger age first. According to our psychometrics as well, we witness lower resiliency levels in newcomers, younger age people. Other risks are being single, having poor physical health, exposure to noise and vibration, feeling unsafe, long working hours, which even though, you know, there are guidelines set in place, they're not always followed. And this is a big issue in the industry, which lead to poor sleep, poor team cohesion, you know, long durations at sea. I mean, I've seen seafarers staying for more than, you know, a year on board. And, you know, so there are a lot of risk factors. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Carleen, would you like to add to this? And also, could you comment on how the seafarer mental health affects the health and safety on board?
Okay, yeah, I work for a maritime search and rescue organisation, so I will just comment through the prism of maritime search and rescue and that sector, if that's okay. And maybe Penny wants to jump in on the seafarer bit, if that works. So when we look at it from mental health and wellbeing from like a maritime search and rescue prism, we recognise as an industry the unique psychological challenges faced by SAR personnel who routinely encounter high-stress traumatic situations in their line of duty. And that encompasses both frontline members of staff and volunteers who are rescuing people from the water, but also people who work within rescue coordination centres who are coordinating their rescues. Because we recognise that they are repeatedly putting themselves in harm's way. And this can affect their physical and mental health and well-being to save lives. So we as an industry, I mean, the IMRF recently released under our SAR UK initiative, mental health and well-being guidance and a framework of how SAR organisations could implement a health and well-being framework into their organisations to mitigate and safeguard the mental health and well-being of their SAR responders. But Penny, I don't know if you want to jump in from a seafaring perspective.
Please, Penny. We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Your question was about the stressors on seafarers, is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. So as others have said, there's a range of stressors. But I think the York University study that was done published back in 2019, showed that the number one factor that influenced seafarer mental health was an uncaring company culture. And I've always found that a really interesting idea, that actually it really impacts on seafarer mental health and well-being, whether they feel that the company cares about them as individuals. And I think that's a really useful metric to think about. Of course, there's lots of stresses associated to a life at sea, being away for long periods of time, being away from friends and family, working in an intercultural environment, living and working with the same sort of 20, 25 people for several months at a time, not building up relationships. For me, one of the really key factors is around interpersonal relationships. And in my mental health awareness training, I spend some time talking with seafarers. You know, I ask them, what are the stresses? What helps seafarers thrive? What are the stressful factors? What makes for a mentally healthy working environment? And they tell me all of those different things, like lack of shore leave, uncertainty around the length of the voyage, lack of time off, long working hours, commercial pressures, all those kinds of things. But one of the key things is the interpersonal relationships on board. So the quality of leadership, the atmosphere on board, and whether people have good working relationships with each other, or whether they're going back to their cabins at the end of their shift and playing on their phone or using their devices or whatever, because there's no opportunity for positive social interaction on board the vessel, or they're just too exhausted to interact with each other. So, and that the relationships and the atmosphere on board the vessel, which is influenced in a big way by the top four, the captain in particular, but the top four more generally, is really, really critical, I think, to the well-being and the morale of the whole crew.
Thank you, Penny. So continuing on this topic, Alexandra, could you comment on how good leadership and company culture, shipboard culture, can help good mental health?
I do agree with Dr. Penny about the culture on board the vessel, but I also do believe that we do have an issue creating a culture that starts within the company from the ashore, because we do have issues between the crew managers, HR managers, or whoever is communicating with the onboard vessel and does the training, or HSQE, positions nowadays. There is a miscommunication, and they do lack the motivation to try to enhance and integrate this cultural, whatever culture they want to have as a company. So that's in terms of culture. The second part, which is about leadership, I think you have written the leadership of the high seas. I think you probably could answer this better than I can. It does lack leadership, yeah. And I think nowadays vessels operate differently, because I'm Greek. I do remember, well, sort of, I've heard at least how shipping used to work 30 and 40 years ago, and the culture of a ship, but nowadays it's a multicultural environment. Things are very different, and it requires different leadership. Yeah.
Thank you, Alexandra. Claudia? Sorry, Carleen?
Yeah, so when we, as I touched on in my second answer, when we were putting our guidance together, one of the things that we worked on a prepare, support, normalize approach. And when we look at preparation, I mean, that's the key to any organization's commitment to mental health. One of the things that came out was actually leadership. And I think it's really important as a leader, I'm myself a leader, and also my leaders in fellow search and rescue organizations, that we're setting an example. And actually we discuss our own experiences of stress, and we give examples of when we perhaps have sought help. But also as a leader, I think it's really important in any search and rescue unit, you set the tone. So you're setting the culture that if you don't feel okay, it's okay to bring those feelings, and it's okay to talk about it. So it's really important that you have the organizational framework. But some organizations can have amazing frameworks, but if there's not that culture where people feel it's okay to talk about when they're not okay, then that the two go hand in hand. So I think as a leader, it's really important you model that positive behavior, but also you embed a culture where people can speak up and they know they will be listened to, and they can be signposted to services that might be available. Because at the same time, there's no point in embedding that culture, and then when people do speak up and say, actually, I might need some help, or this is a problem, or I'm feeling like this, that the organization doesn't do anything with that, because that will then erode trust between the organization and the individual as well.
Thank you. Carleen, can you also comment, whose responsibility does it become to set the culture and the leadership?
Whose responsibility? I guess it depends on the structure of your organization. But I mean, from a search and rescue perspective, I mean, search and rescue organizations, it should be the senior leadership team, whoever that is, and then it filters down that way. But also at the same time, you need to also have a top-down and bottom-up approach. So at the same time, the people within that organization also need to be open to the fact that there is mental health support, and you can access it, and that is culturally appropriate as well, because we all work in global industries, so what might be culturally appropriate in one organization to deliver a search and rescue program might not be in another. So I guess it's the leadership has that framework, but it's also rolled out on a local basis as well.
Thank you, Carleen. Gwyn, you mentioned earlier that you're seeing increased instance of harassment and bullying as one of the reasons for mental health issues, or let's say when you get calls on the hotline. Can you speak to how culture can influence in reducing such problems?
Oh, okay. I think especially when it comes to this topic, sexual harassment and bullying, we need really good leaders at that point. It's not enough only the company culture is not allowing these things and there's a zero tolerance policy, but also the captains and other leaders on the vessel should be ensure the safety of the vessel. And I think it's not wrong to say that good leaders really create healthy groups. They play such a crucial role in ensuring good mental health on board by setting the tone for supportive and open environment. I'm not talking about just being nice, but also about setting clear boundaries on what is acceptable and what's not, like bullying and harassment. And if you ask me how good leaders can improve mental health on vessel, I think there are 7 steps. Let me shortly explain. So, and I think it's going to be also summary of what we said till now. First one is being a model for others, provide resource for others, offer them feedback, ensure that crew members feel valued and heard by you. Second one, monitoring these people, paying attention to the crew's well-being, addressing issues immediately when you see something wrong, and ensuring that these people have enough rest and relaxation. Third one, promoting job crafting, which means allowing crew members as much as possible to choose the task that they find meaningful, or let them to do the things in their own way so that they can develop. And another one, sharing information, keeping the crew information about the goals, operations, directions, because this is going to reduce stress on them and uncertainty. Another one, building relationship that Penny talks about, that social connections we can do through team building activities or spending more time together instead of being on their cabinet. Another one, facilitating growth, supporting personally and professional development through regular feedback and putting goal settings for your crew member. And I think the last one, showing your own vulnerability. I think Alexander just talked about it. So when it's necessary, you should be able to ask for help from others. So I think these 7 or 8 strategy can create that trusted environment which enhance overall mental health and block and stop bullying and harassment. And that's why we need good leaders on these vessels. Thank you.
Thank you, Gwyn. Penny, now with all the points that have been mentioned, could you propose some recommendations on what the stakeholders, such as shipping companies, ship operators, port authorities, they can all come together to improve mental health on board the ships?
There's several things I would say to that. I think one of them does relate to the leadership that everybody's just been talking about, and how important that is. And I think that I do see seeds of change happening in the industry around leadership skills, but I think traditionally the maritime industry has not paid sufficient attention to developing leadership skills across the hierarchy, that actually people take their technical tickets and they get promoted, but they're not, we don't necessarily invest in teaching them and mentoring people in good leadership. And actually leadership is so critically important on board a vessel, and does set the tone and influences the whole atmosphere on board the vessel. So it's not that the master or the top four need to do everything to be able to like facilitate, you know, to put on the social interaction events or something, but they need to be able to facilitate it and enable it and give permission and create that culture on board where people can speak up, where they are able to problem solve, where relationships, working relationships can be built, good team working relationships and so on. So that would be an important area, I think. I think the other thing for me, is something that I've been thinking a lot about recently, is treating stress as a health and safety issue. And in the UK here, the Health and Safety Executive, which is the government body for business practices, working organisations, requires by law that we do a stress risk assessment in every organisation. Now, I think that would be really useful to identify the risks and the stresses on board the ship within the operational context that the particular companies are working with, but looking at how can we mitigate those stresses instead of just assuming that stress is part of the job. Actually saying, well, okay, there are some stresses like being away from your friends and family for months at a time that we can't do anything about, but there are other stresses we could potentially mitigate. Let's really look at what those stresses are and see how we can do that. So those are my two top kind of things at the moment, I think.
Thank you, Penny. And, you kind of hinted that when mental health kind of, it suffers, then it manifests as stress and anxiety, and, then it takes on more serious levels. So, now I'm going to ask Carleen now, because it's right up her alley of providing first aid and rescue. Just to give some context, I was at a cruise seminar some months ago, and a captain, he spoke up. Like he said, look, none of us are trained mental health professionals. So how would you respond to the question that he posed me? How do seafarers on board promote mental health for themselves and for others? And secondly, how can they detect and provide psychological first aid before escalating to someone like you?
Okay, so the first part of your question, I think it links back to kind of things that we've all touched on. And I think we call it, in our guidance, we called it normalization. So once you've prepared a mental health framework, you've established what it will look like in your organization, you then need to go to the normalized stage, which is where you have things like open communication. So you can encourage within a open and honest communication within the team. So and this links back to psychological safety, where people feel comfortable having those conversations and kind of those check-ins. How are you feeling today? And then somebody might respond with their answer, and then that person kind of feeling comfortable dealing with that. And there's also, you could do peer support, for example. I mean, we often use that in search and rescue. Lots of our search and rescue organizations, they run peer mentoring schemes, and people are buddied with a peer, and that can help as well. And also having initiatives. I mean, one of our organizations members, they issue a stress handbook, and they give that to everyone who joins their search and rescue organization. And it's kind of a toolkit for yourself on how to manage stress and recognize the stress indicators within yourself and what to do with it. So that kind of fits under one of our kind of health and well-being initiative. Your second question about psychological first aid, how could somebody on a ship provide psychological first aid? I mean, I would say that you would have to offer organizational training before, because while psychological first aid is a great tool to use as a support mechanism, and is, I've seen it from a search and rescue perspective rolled out across settings, and in particular in search and rescue settings where people are performing, organizations are performing rescues that involves rescuing people who speak multiple languages and don't always speak the language of the person, the organization carrying out the rescue. So the rescuers, psychological first aid is great in that. It's great in that instant because it doesn't necessarily require you to speak the same language or to have a good knowledge of the same language. But if you do want to implement psychological first aid, I would recommend that everyone in your organization is trained on it and receives regular training. So they're rolling out psychological first aid in a way that is meaningful and it will work. But that doesn't necessarily mean it has to be expensive. I think that's the other thing, is that I think sometimes when we think of mental health and well-being and rolling out initiatives and things like psychological first aid, organizations think, well, that's going to be really expensive. That's going to really affect my budget and my bottom line. But through the initiatives that we've seen, that some of our organizations we work with have really big budgets, some of them have really small budgets. But I think the common thread we've seen is you don't need lots of money to do this stuff. It's just, are you prepared to do it? And do you have that culture to go and embed it?
Thank you, Carleen. Alexandra, we're not going to ask you how expensive mental health training is, but could you comment on the mental health competency development, if we can term it that?
Sorry, come again, if I can comment on the mental health?
Yeah, how do you develop competencies in seafarers for mental health, for developing mental health or developing resilience under stress, and how to cope up with mental health emergencies?
Well, I think Carleen covered it very nicely, much of it. I don't think I can add something more. I mean, the organizations need to, fund and need to have budgets, to create budgets, because right now they don't, for developing trainings and offering them to their seafarers, because I think mental health, first aid is number one when you have somebody on board. And most of the situations that we see is like people going overboard, people just locking themselves inside their cabins, major miscommunications, a lot of revenge, situations happening. So I think there needs to be a lot of training there by mental health experts who can create trainings based on the current situation of a vessel. Yeah.
Thank you, Alexandra. Given I know MHSs also do mental health training, so could you speak to that? What is the training methodology, and how effective? How do you do it, and how effective is it based on the feedback you receive?
Okay, so how we do it? It depends. It really depends. Sometimes we are flying to a vessel, or if it's a cruise ship, we are flying to cruise ship, or sometimes we are doing it online. So delivery method is always different. However, the feedback we receive is very positive, because while we were talking also with others, every time I'm talking about this topic, I'm realizing that it's not mandatory to have this psychological first aid training, but almost all the seafarers are having like physical first aid training, right? They are seeing it in their school or their university curriculum, or sometimes just before they are joining the vessel, the company is giving them these lessons about physical health. But psychological health is not mandatory right now. And if we are expecting seafarers to take care of each other, see those red flags of different psychological disorders, or how to offer their initial support to someone else, how they are gonna get the threshold of not helping someone, how they will be more brave to speak someone who is in need. If we want them to do these kind of things, we need to train them, and there is no any other explanation and answer to this problem, unfortunately.
Thank you, Gwen.
Can I come in on that, Parani?
Sure, Penny. I was actually going to get to you on this
Yeah.
question. So I'll pose my question and then you can add your comment as well.
Yeah.
So, there were some comments made on funding for such training and all. And perhaps, okay, there is a solution available, but there are possibly questions about funding and so on. So if you can kind of flip the topic, what is the cost of not doing the training? Or and then what is the impact of mental health issues for companies and shipping stakeholders in shipping?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's really important, and Deloitte's research, international global research organization, have done quite a lot of work on the return on investment of mental health input and interventions of different kinds, and they have found that there's about a five-fold return on investment. So for every pound or dollar you invest, you make back 5. So it's really worthwhile. Just to mention it, I developed a maritime mental health awareness training, and I've developed various modules. So I do a couple of modules on the standard maritime mental health awareness training, and a third module around suicide prevention, and also other trainings in psychological well-being, stress management, and so on. But in my standard maritime mental health awareness training, and I myself have delivered it to about 2,500 seafarers over the last 5 years or so, but we have a team of several people who deliver it with us. We focus on some of the topics that we've been talking about today. What is mental health? Looking at stigma, what are the stressors, looking at psychological well-being, and so on. But we spend a whole session of looking at psychological first aid, looking at the role of senior officers and the role of the company in mental health, and then looking specifically at psychological first aid, what it is, how you can do it. And what it is very, very simple. It comes from the humanitarian sector originally, and so it's designed for non-specialist mental health, non-specialist people. So you don't have to be a mental health professional to do psychological first aid. You just need to have an understanding of it. And it's about, how do we recognize the signs that somebody might be struggling? How do we have an initial conversation with them? And then what can we do about it? Where can we link them up for further support? And when do we need to do that? So it's quite a simple framework, but within my training, what I do is we go through the framework and we practice the skills. So everybody practices the skills. And of course, nobody likes doing role play except for really weird people who are generally psychologists and counselors. We like doing role play, but seafarers don't much, but they all find it tremendously useful, because if you've never had a conversation like this before, actually practicing it is really helpful. And we do an evaluation of the training, and we ask people, did you find it useful? Did you learn new skills? Kind of those kinds of questions. And we consistently get feedback. We have a Likert scale, so a scale of 0 to 10. And we consistently get feedback on all of those metrics of 9 and above. And so people really value it. So I would say that it's a really useful and worthwhile thing to do. Absolutely. And it can make such an enormous difference. If you can recognize when somebody's struggling, you may be able to prevent things really getting worse and getting out of hand. The earlier we can have conversations with people, that's often enough. That's often what they need, is just to be able to talk about it. They might not need further intervention. So they might not need, and we will avert crises and critical incidents that way. So, yeah.
Thank you, Penny. So we have roughly 5 minutes left on the panel. So I'd like to go around and ask if there was one thing that could have an immediate impact on mental wellness at sea, what would this be and why? Carleen?
I guess from like a search and rescue point of view, you know, I feel our community's made huge strides in the past decade. But I think it comes down to a stigma essentially, and I still feel that there's still, you know, we all understand mental health. We understand how we could implement a framework. We understand how that could work. But I think it's ensuring that, you know, it's that gets back to that normalization, that it's okay not to be okay. And actually, if you're not okay, there are things that you can do. And I think it gets back to what Penny says, is that actually sometimes having that conversation with somebody at a stage when they're not okay, and maybe depending on what the situation is or what the scenario is, putting a support plan around that can actually further down can actually in the long run, you know, kind of prevent it maybe getting worse, or prevent them having you know, the situation becoming much worse. But unless we remove that stigma from that initial conversation, we actually prevent that from happening. So I think that's my key thing is, yeah, it's okay to talk about your mental health, and it doesn't matter what level you are or what you're doing. It's perfectly okay not to be okay.
Thank you, Carleen. That's a great message. Alexandra?
Well, one thing that could have an immediate impact on mental health, I'd say the culture that a vessel has, and that includes the leadership from top management, the communication between ashore and onboard employees, as I mentioned previously, which in the end of the day, they create the psychological safety on board. Yeah, so I think it's pretty simple, pretty easy, but and hopefully one day we'll see it happening.
Thank you. Company culture. Great. Gwen?
Yeah. First of all, Caroline, I never thought about your answer, like removing the stigma on mental health, but I think it's the key thing. Yeah. If we remove the stigma, I think everything will be changed. I definitely agree. But before that, I also talk about, I think I would improve the quality and the length of sleep, you know, by adding more people to the vessel, because this is a real issue. We know this very well because Jan is from Care for Sea. I don't know if you know him, but he's measuring them seafarers' sleeping duration on the vessel, and we saw their sleeping hours, and it's severely low. Because these people are working for long hours and they don't have enough rest. So for balancing this, I would definitely change the amount of people working on these vessels, and I believe that would change it a lot. But I think also removing stigma would change everything much, much better. Thank you.
Thank you, Gwen. Sleep, definitely. And of course, it's not just the duration of sleep, but a lot of seafarers, they sleep at odd times against the circadian rhythm. So that affects the sleep quality as well.
Yeah.
Thank you. Penny?
So I would echo a lot of what Caroline's said, and I think what she says is absolutely spot on. I would add to it though that actually in the maritime industry, it's really not okay to talk about your mental health. It's really not okay to say you're not okay. People lose their jobs over it because of the stigma and because of misinformation around mental health and lack of understanding around mental health and lack of understanding about recovery and what causes a safety issue, what doesn't, all those things. Our guidelines are not fit for purpose in terms of return to work. And people are terrified they're going to lose their jobs, and nobody is going to speak up and say they're struggling if they think the consequence is a loss of their livelihood. If they think they're going to get repatriated, if they think they're not going to get another job, if they think they're not going to get another promotion, and this comes out consistently from seafarers. So we have to change the stigma. And that means we have to educate the people who make the guidelines, the people, the HSEQ departments, the people who do kind of make a difference and facilitate access to support. So we absolutely have to make it okay to say you're not okay, because actually that is creating a problem, that people don't speak out, they don't ask for help. And then, of course, when that happens, they're much more likely to have a crisis in their mental health. So I'd echo everything Caroline says and say we need to work out how we embed that into our systems and structures. And for me, that's about creating parity in the systems and structures for mental health with physical health. So all the systems and structures and processes we have available for physical health, we need the equivalent in mental health. So that's my top answer.
Thank you. Can I ask a follow-up question? So in many employment checklists or medical checklists, so you have a tick box for mental health. Have you been taking medication for mental health issues and so on? Can we do away with that box? I mean, because that if a person does take leave or medication for mental health, they may hide it and not declare it. And
we're inviting people to do that, aren't we, currently? And then, that's really counterproductive, isn't it? So actually we need a much more nuanced system where that would be possible. You wouldn't have to hide if you'd had a broken arm last year. If you've had an episode of depression or anxiety in the past due to life stressors or family problems, or you've lost a kidney, and you may well be able to recover from that, and you may well have learned good coping strategies and be more likely to ask for help if you recognize you're going downhill. So we just need to be a lot more nuanced about it. I think at the moment that checkbox, would you tick that box? Would you think you're going to get a job if you tick that box? And if the answer is no, then we need to address what that's about in order to make it possible for people to ask for help and to be open and transparent about their mental health.
Thank you. So I hope the listeners who are listening to this, it gives them something to think about. And perhaps make some changes in the structural way of looking at mental health. Can I have a closing soundbite from all of you on this occasion of the Day of Seafarer on June 25th? What is your key message to industry stakeholders and our seafarers? Alexandra?
Well, I would say to companies to be a little kinder to their people, because you do good and good will be done to you. So I think kindness, kind leadership, which is, upcoming hot topic, is something I'd say for this day.
Kind leadership. Thank you very much. Given?
Can you hear me? Yes. I think I would say mental health is vital as physical health, and for the safety and well-being of seafarers, it's important. And I think people should prioritize mental health by providing resources for everyone, and we are all together in this thing. So we can create a healthier and resilient maritime community if we all help each other and understand each other and open this safe space for each other. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Help each other and safe space. Thank you, Gwen. Carleen?
I would say people, they're your most important asset. We're all people, we all have feelings. And so that needs to be at the center of your organization.
Thank you. Keep people at the center. Thank you. Penny?
Caroline's just stolen my soundbite, that seafarers are the most valuable asset of any shipping company. And generally, with our most treasured possessions, our most valuable assets, we look after them. So it's about how can we create a culture of care where we promote good mental health, we create the conditions for well-being, and we support seafarers.
Thank you, Penny. Support our seafarers. Thank you once again to all the panelists, Penny, Carleen, Alexandra, Given. Thank you very much. And thank you very much to all the listeners and viewers. Please feel free to comment when you're watching this video, and let us know what you thought about it. Thank you very much, and safe seas.
Thanks, Parani.
Thank you.